guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Florida Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia used a Winter Haven event to criticize anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis and called on Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey to resign.
He is creating an environment where residents now think it's okay to attack law enforcement.
Ingoglia also distributed over $1 million in state funding to law enforcement agencies cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. The White House says new economic reports show President Trump is keeping inflation in check with lower gas prices and bigger than expected tax returns.
Since President Trump took office, core CPI has increased at just a 2.4% annualized rate, substantially lower than the 3.3% annual rate inherited from the Biden administration last January.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also highlighted efforts to tackle high home prices through mortgage bond purchases and reduce drug costs for Americans. A federal watchdog told lawmakers the Department of Veterans Affairs still uses disability rating criteria from 1945, now over 80 years out of date, risking inaccurate compensation for millions of veterans. Lawyers pressed the VA to update both medical and earnings loss data to reflect modern medicine and today's job market. Verizon customers are going to receive a $20 bill credit after yesterday's nearly day-long outage.
In a statement posted on social media Thursday, Verizon said it did not meet the standard of excellence customers expect. The company says Wednesday's outage was caused by a server failure in New Jersey, leading to issues with voice and data services for customers from about noon Eastern until well into the night. Verizon said the credit is not meant to make up for what happened, but to acknowledge customers' time. Customers will receive a text message when the credit is available to be redeemed. I'm Natalie Migliore.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
McDonald's is facing a lawsuit after a woman was killed in a drive-thru in Boyle Heights, California.
The widow of Maria Vargas Luna is filing the lawsuit following the incident in March of 2024. It says Vargas Luna was violently attacked by a known vagrant who was in line asking people for change. The lawsuit claims McDonald's employees witnessed the attack and made no effort to intervene or call 911. The lawsuit also says before the attack, employees did not ask the man to leave. Vargas Luna was placed on life support after the attack and died months later. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Newly released video out of San Antonio shows a driver of a car ramming ICE agents who were trying to take him into custody.
Watch out behind you! Watch out! Cut it off! Cut it off! Now!
The driver eventually got out of the car and was tackled. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons says one of the agents went to a hospital with neck injuries. He tells Fox News attacks like this happen every day. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration has restored tens of millions of dollars in Title X family planning funds to Planned Parenthood and similar clinics after briefly withholding them, leading the ACLU to drop a lawsuit over the issue. The funding supports contraception, cancer screenings, and other services for low-income patients. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.84. Highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $4.95. Lowest prices are in Bryan County, Oklahoma at $2.21. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, oh she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Hard to believe, but it's that time once again. What time is it? It's showtime. And here we are, back at it as we close out the work week. time zone to time zone. Are you ready for a Friday? How about a casual Friday? Sounds good to me. 16th day of January will be coming our way from coast to coast. As indeed we head into yet another weekend, mid-January. Wow. Kind of counting down the days to the conclusion of the college football season. National championship coming up Monday evening as we get the new week underway. Who will it be? The undefeated Indiana or Miami? We will find out in a few days. But welcome aboard. First things first, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A rather crisp night outside the secret bunker. Looking at about, 18, 19 degrees at this hour? Brr. And even colder air on the way as we progress through the weekend. Folks, even in the deep south, dealing with some freeze warnings tonight, all the way down into southern Florida, as we're seeing here. I've already seen a few folks checking in. It's almost as cold in Whiteville, Virginia, as it is in southern Michigan. 16, 17 degrees. Wow. That's where we shall begin with our traveler's weather. 24 hours ago, we were talking about the Indiana toll road having been shut down. Some of those incredibly heavy lake effect snow bands had been piling up. The update, what a mess it was. A pile up involving dozens of vehicles near Elkhart. It actually started in the late afternoon. Police first received a call about a crash involving 3 vehicles in the eastbound lanes of the Indiana toll road near the 94-mile marker, about 2 miles east of Elkhart. Troopers say that followed this initial crash. What followed was additional crashes in the same area. A pile-up blocking all eastbound lanes of the toll road. All said and done, how many vehicles? 30 vehicles ultimately involved. Trucks, cars, you name it. Obviously, multiple troopers responded, finding multiple crashes. Semis, passenger vehicles blocking the eastbound lanes, as well as some in the center median. At least one that had crossed the westbound lanes, coming to rest in the ditch on the north side of the interstate there. They say it was a Herculean task to get all those vehicles moved away to finally get the toll road reopened. But with the frontal system that brought in those lake effect snows, that was an Alberta Clipper, as we call them, dropping in out of southern Canada. We're going to see several additional such clippers as we head into and through the weekend. One such clipper's bringing a little bit of light snow tonight. Right now, we're seeing some snowfall in western portions of Wisconsin, eastern portions of Minnesota. Some light snow has been falling in and around the Chicago area. Scattered snow showers extending down through the heart of Illinois, all the way down into southern Illinois. The first few flakes may be falling in northwest Indiana tonight. We're not seeing enough accumulation to warrant any winter storm warnings in the mix here. There's a few areas with winter weather advisories. Southernmost portions of Indiana, northwestern portions of Kentucky tonight, where you may see a couple of inches there. But really, it's all about the cold air sinking all the way into southern Florida. This cold weather setup taken across the north, central, and eastern U.S. right through the end of January, with a few interruptions. Clipper storms riding along with waves of cold, with each round bringing rounds of light snow, some heavier squalls, and bands of heavy lake effect snow. Of course, we had just discussed several crashes across the region earlier this week with the snow showers, including that 30-vehicle pileup near Elkhart, Indiana. Another multi-vehicle crash on I-80 in western Pennsylvania this past day. Back-to-back rounds of wintry weather bringing snow to the interior Northeast and the Great Lakes. According to AccuWeather, a foot or more of snow could pile up in the areas downwind of the Great Lakes and the higher elevations by the end of the weekend here. One clipper that's going to be kind of finishing up in the Northeast overnight tonight. However, the next clipper with a little bit of snow is already moving southeastward over the upper Midwest. With that clipper, as I just mentioned, snowfall in most areas will be light, generally a coating to maybe a couple of inches at best. Now, there will be some areas along the northern tier that will see some moderate snowfall along the lines of 3 to 6 inches. Areas along the Michigan shoreline of the lower peninsula will also pick up some fresh snow. In the wake of this clipper, the lake effect snow machine back at it once again. Road conditions are going to deteriorate rapidly where those bands move through. Drivers need to slow down, increase your following distance, sudden drops in visibility, dangerous road conditions. Some of the heaviest lake effect snow will be basically Friday night to Saturday night along the Michigan shoreline of Lake Michigan, portions of western and northern New York State. Snow accumulations possible in the Poconos, the Catskills, and the Berkshires this weekend as well. Rain and snow showers extending from northeast Maryland to southeastern Maine come Saturday, including Philadelphia, New York City, Boston. While these will generally not accumulate in the heart of the urban areas, some of the outlying areas could pick up a coating of snow if you see a few of those heavier squalls at times. Conditions may be wintry enough to prompt aircraft de-icing operations, delays of flights. Much more snowy conditions are in store for Pittsburgh, Detroit, Chicago on Saturday relative to the I-95 corridor. As if one clipper wasn't enough, another Canadian storm is going to drop southeastward on Sunday over the Great Lakes again. Most of the moisture and the corresponding snow with that storm will be a bit further north than its predecessor, but it's still going to manage to bring enough snow for slippery conditions as far south as Chicago and Detroit later Sunday and Sunday night. The clipper storms are going to stir up the atmosphere enough to create some gusty wind episodes. The combination of wind and cold will make it difficult to be outdoors for extended periods. Winds strong enough to affect lift operations at some of the resorts for a brief time. Meanwhile, along the Atlantic coast, a southern storm is going to be watched for a possible close encounter with the Northeast. The most likely scenario at this point is the storm and the snow to avoid the I-95 corridor. There's still a chance this storm and that snow could shift a bit further west at the last minute come Sunday night. Some uncertainty there. But it's, again, the cold settling into the deep south. Yeah, we're dropping below freezing as far as south central Florida. Coolest air after the warm start to the new year here. During the first 11 days of the new year, many in the southeast have been running a well above average for this time of year. This change in the pattern is going to bring some wintry conditions, a potent cold front moving across the southeast overnight through Thursday or through Friday morning. Compared to temperatures you saw earlier this week, highs this past day, 25 degrees lower. Highs were only in the 30s this past day for places like Nashville, Atlanta, Georgia. Cooler conditions, colder conditions infiltrating Florida. Looks like your coldest night is actually going to be tonight, Thursday night into Friday morning. The drop in temperatures most extreme tonight. Lows are forecast to drop into the 20s from Jacksonville to Tallahassee. Orlando, Lakeland, Florida could drop as low as the 30-degree mark. Interior areas will have a hard freeze overnight tonight, which brings up the falling iguanas, the green iguanas, sensitive to the cold. as they become stunned when temperatures fall into the 40s and 30s. They lose their grip. They may fall from the trees. It's just kind of a unique cold weather hazard there in the state of Florida. The weather pattern setting up this week across the northern and eastern U.S. Looks like this is going to hang on for much of the rest of the month here. This southward dip in the jet stream, allowing one wave after another of cold and snow to push across the Great Lakes and the Northeast. And there is possibility of a bit of snow for some of the southeastern U.S., portions of maybe even northern Florida Panhandle, a swath that may be crossing through portions of central Georgia, South Carolina, into North Carolina, which becomes the coastal storm. Give you more on that, just who may see how much snow over the upcoming weekend. Round the country, here we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, Philly Dan, out of the box, TGIF, yes sirree. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's Friday. Pappy's on board. Last ride of the week. Bundle up for the ride. 19 degrees on the cruiser dash cam in southwest Ohio. About 15 clicks away from the secret bunker, hidden deep beneath the Earth's crust. Well, the hangman apparently had a day off today in Iran. A stay of execution was granted. Second thoughts, perhaps? Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe they heard the whistle of the Trump train rounding the bend. Well, we shall see what the weekend brings. Until then, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, heat up that cup of joe, throw another log on the fire, and watch your six. Matter of fact, some of the reports we're seeing is, as we were discussing at the beginning of our program there Thursday morning, talking about the airspace over Iran where flights were almost non-existent. Some reports are saying President Trump had initially given the green light to strike, and somewhere at the last minute called the strike off for whatever reason. Hoping that diplomacy may have an opportunity to work. We got the latest on the Middle East coming up for you here. Hello to Scrapyard, waving all five this early Friday. Sean checks in from chilly Alabama tonight. Hello, Marianne in the house saying good morning, all the listening friends, all the Overnight Drive family, everybody have a blessed day. Hello, Tank, morning, Steve, and the gang, TGIF. 49 degrees, starlit skies in Shawnee, Oklahoma tonight. Hammering down toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe, have a blessed day, and a great weekend. Shorty, where are we at? I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia. 17 degrees, as I said. 17, cold tonight, Columbus bound. Meanwhile, Andrew checks in, 15 degrees in Greenville, Pennsylvania. I'll be unloading here in the morning. Keep on rocking in the free world. Hello to Jeffrey, checking in from Southern Florida. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Uncle Chops, hello to the Overnight crew from Central Pennsylvania tonight. All right, Michael, 16 degrees in Southern Michigan at this hour. Hello, Timothy, the pilot, rocking my wings at y'all. Stay safe down there. Good to have you on board, Timothy. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. What do we have? Storm rolling through, lots of wind, a little bit of rain. I'm at the home 20, nursing my back right now. Everybody have a good morning. Hello, John, Mr. Rigsby. Good morning, Mr. Steve, all the Overnight family. Happy Friday. Well, winter's back. Like the big game Monday, I'm taking Indiana. All right, Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners, driving under the stars atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia. A cool 20 degrees, kind of breezy tonight. Tony, good morning from Rapid City, South Dakota, where it's nice and windy here. About 30 mile per hour winds. Got the cruise set at 75. Haven't been over 68 all the way across South Dakota. 2.8 miles per hour. Gotta love trucking. Headed to the capital of California. All right, what do we see here? Who else checking in? Looks like Buckeye Boys on board. Yeah, more snow coming across the big lake, headed east. Yes, indeed. David, morning, Steve. It's the beach bum. Not a happy camper tonight. 32 degrees just north of Crystal River, Florida. We're headed north of Tallahassee to my midpoint. Then back to Tampa. We'll be listening in. Have a wonderful show. Yeah, those Floridians don't like this cold stuff. Stacy checking in from a very windy north central Kansas. 34 degrees. Hope the wind doesn't give any of you drivers any trouble out there. And there's Biker Boy. Steve, it's Friday somewhere. Rolling north to San Antonio, Texas. We've got 51 degrees. Shout out to you and all the guys rolling in this crazy weather. Stay safe. Godspeed, and thank you for the show. All right?
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, we got it. What do I see? Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. 22 degrees. Platkill, New York tonight. The winds are blowing. It's cold. It's round number 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware. To reload for Saturday. There's Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 24 degrees. Brr. Did a few errands this past day. Wildcat, had some lunch. Got a meeting later this morning for a site survey for a generator we're installing. Back to the home 20, and we'll set up with our new accountant. Very disappointed with our current one. Hey, we're celebrating another trip around the sun Saturday with family and friends. I'll be 64. And this cold weather makes me feel every year of it, right? Have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be extremely careful out there. Morning, Steve. Jason passing through Dyersburg, Tennessee. Got a load of steel back to Texas. 32 degrees, dry roads but cloudy skies. Be safe out there to the listening family. Oh yeah, Buckeye Boy said, I did put some Hot Shot Secret Winter Defense Anti-Gel in my F-250 just in case, as well as a heavy dose in the Kenworth. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 50 degrees in Elk Grove, California tonight. All right, we got our visa today for our next trip. Heading to Brazil next month. Planning to spend 3 weeks in Brazil, another 2 weeks in Panama and Costa Rica. The world travelers you are, you and Mrs. Claus. All right, enjoy that. Good to have you with us as we roll into your Friday morning. Hello to Deborah. Good to have you with us. Kevin says, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Donnie, 31 degrees, wind chill of 21 here in central Minnesota tonight. And there's Jennifer, north central Kansas, another night shift, listening to the wind howl. Hope everybody drives safe. Hope Norman gets that back healed up. And a warm, wonderful evening to Stacy tonight. And lastly, there's Jerry, morning 20 degrees, Kokomo. A thank you to Hotshot Secret for supporting the trucking community with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Be safe, everyone. Did you see the woman running for a Senate seat, I think out of Massachusetts? She's been campaigning for a while now, only to find out it's 2028 when she's up for. She had no. I didn't catch that. Wow. Yeah, dingbat. Tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, I'll have to get more details on that.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Florida Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia used a Winter Haven event to criticize anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis and called on Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey to resign, saying their leadership has failed amid unrest.
He is creating an environment where residents now think it's okay to attack law enforcement.
Ingoglia also distributed over $1 million in state funding to law enforcement agencies cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. A federal watchdog told lawmakers the Department of Veterans Affairs still uses disability rating criteria from 1945, now over 80 years out of date, risking inaccurate compensation for millions of veterans. Lawyers pressed the VA to update both medical and earnings loss data to reflect modern medicine and today's job market. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, off and rolling here. Friday coming on. Got the phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Yes, indeed. Hello to sneakers. This early Friday, I got a few snowflakes falling outside Effingham, Illinois. 28 degrees at this hour, light winds. Hey, in the central and north central portions of the country, we are seeing a lot of wind advisories. Eastern half of Montana, eastern Wyoming, parts of eastern Colorado, western Kansas, much of Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota. Those are actually high wind warnings. So what do we see? Clicking in on Nebraska. High wind warning in effect. 35 to 45 mile per hour sustained, gusts to 65 miles per hour. What do we see? South Dakota. High wind warnings until 6 p.m. Friday. 35 to 50 mile an hour winds, gusts 60 to 75 miles per hour. These kind of winds, no doubt, strong enough if you're in the crosswinds and the high-profile vehicles. It's enough to put you on your side, so be careful out there. Well, finally got an official statement from Verizon saying it was a software issue that led to that massive outage for users on Wednesday. There were some folks speculating that it might have been some sort of a cyber attack. China, North Korea, and all. Verizon customers in North Carolina, California, New York, Florida said their phones were showing SOS, unable to make phone calls. Now, some speculated, as I just mentioned, it was maybe a cyber attack. Verizon confirmed, no, it was a software issue, not a cyber event. We are conducting a full review of what happened, according to a spokesperson speaking to the New York Post. Verizon offering a $20 credit to customers affected by the outage. New York Post reporting federal and local officials investigating the massive outage are increasingly pointing to a suspected server failure in New Jersey as the company definitively ruled out a cyber attack. The telecom giant apologetic after hours of disruption, knocking out phones nationwide, in some places even interfering with 911 calls. Said it was a software issue. It began Wednesday about the noon hour, dragging it into the late hours, triggering a flood of complaints from coast to coast as, again, customers reported their phones stuck in the SOS mode. Dropped calls, dead mobile data. In 2024, there was a massive Verizon outage that left millions of users without service nationwide. These sort of things are becoming all too common, aren't they? Now, impacts. It's Verizon's collapse, leaving those tens of thousands or millions staring at SOS icons rather than signal bars. Most Americans were worried about missing calls or losing their chats, their group chats. But in the trucking industry, the implications are far deeper than just a few dropped calls. You've got the ELD mounted in your cab. It needs cellular. Your artificial intelligence dash cam uploading safety footage to the cloud. Yep, that's cellular. Real-time GPS tracking that lets dispatch know your location. You guessed it, that's cellular. The macro message you just sent your driver about a load change. Yes, indeed. Modern trucking has quietly become dependent on cell towers in ways that most fleet managers haven't really reckoned with. And Wednesday's outage was a stark reminder just how fragile that infrastructure can be, as Verizon confirmed the disruption about 1 o'clock Eastern time. Reports had been flooding down detectors since late in the morning. Emergency management systems in New York City and Washington, D.C. issued alert warnings that 911 calls from Verizon devices may not connect. The FCC is now calling for a formal investigation. Multiple law enforcement agencies spent hours investigating whether the outage was the result of a cyber attack before concluding it appeared, as we just shared, to be a technical issue. But your electronic logging device and hours of service compliance, you need connectivity to sync with the back office systems, to transfer data during roadside inspections, to keep dispatch informed of your available hours. Artificial intelligence dash cam systems like Netradyne, Samsara, Motive, and Verizon connects their own cameras, all relying on cellular connectivity to upload footage to the cloud. That AI-powered safety coaching, it needs the cloud. Exonerating footage after an accident, same deal. Netradyne's cameras feature external cellular modules. Motive's AI Omnicam uses cellular for their 360-degree monitoring, and Samsara's footage uploads to the cloud within a matter of minutes. All of that stops when your cell signal stops. Shippers expect real-time location updates. Brokers need to know where loads are. Dispatch needs to manage available capacity. When the cellular service goes down, all of that goes dark. And so does your ability to provide accurate ETAs and respond to customers. Driver communication impacted. Macro messaging, load updates, routing changes, emergency notifications. The entire communication pipeline between management and the front line of trucking all runs through cellular networks. When the pipe breaks, you're shouting into a void. Most ELD and telematics vendors don't exactly advertise which cellular backbone powers their system, but these outages give us a pretty clear picture. Fleets running Verizon Connect, operating on Verizon's network, would have experienced disruptions, no doubt. while AT&T dependent systems like Motive just kept on humming along. Some providers take a cloud-based approach, caching data locally on the device when that connectivity drops. A system designed to sync whenever the vehicle moves in and out of coverage areas throughout the day, and then transmitting that stored data once the signal returns. What do the federal regulations say about this? The federal ELD rule under 49 CFR Part 395 anticipated these sort of issues. The technical specifications in Appendix A require certified ELDs to monitor their own compliance and flag malfunctions, including data transfer failures. If the device cannot transfer data to the FMCSA's web services, say during a roadside inspection due to cellular limitations, the safety official will use the ELD's display screen or printout to verify hours compliance. Your logs don't disappear just because the cell signal does. Certified ELDs must store recorded data locally when the internet connectivity is unavailable. Once the vehicle enters an area where, with cellular coverage, the device then transmits that stored data to the cloud. The driver's duty status record remains accessible on the mobile device, regardless of whether the back-end connection is live, they tell you. If the malfunction hinders the accurate recording of hours of service data, the driver must maintain paper logs until the ELD's back in service. The carrier then has 8 days from the time they discover the malfunction to repair, replace, or service the device unless they get an extension from the FMCSA. So this, really created a bit of a compliance mess. Carriers who've experienced outages oftentimes discover other issues. For instance, some drivers' ELDs stop functioning while they're in drive status, and the system continues to log them as driving for the duration of the outage. A driver's device might show continuous driving time well over the legal limits. Keep in mind, this outage with Verizon was some 10 to 12 hours in duration. The FMCSA does not allow editing of drive time online. Carriers can only add annotations to explain discrepancies. 6 months of potentially inaccurate logbook records is a liability time bomb just waiting to go off in litigation. Carriers need to ask their providers what happens during and after an outage to their driver RODS. Now, of course, while we've spent billions wiring, trucking around the cloud, the most reliable communication technology in a crisis might be the one that we've ever so slowly been abandoning over the year. CB radios, folks, they don't need cell towers. They don't need the internet. They don't need a monthly subscription. They work when the power grid's down, when satellites go offline, when cellular networks collapse. Channel 19 doesn't care who your carrier is. If you recall, during Hurricane Katrina, more than 70% of the cell towers went down and stayed down for weeks in parts of Tennessee and the Carolinas. CB radios kept on working. During the February of 2024 AT&T outage, truckers on Channel 19 continued to share traffic updates while their dispatch systems went dark. The old-timers out there will tell you CB usage has declined dramatically since the smartphones took over. Channel 19 is oftentimes silent now until something happens, maybe traffic accidents, weather events, lane closures, or when the radio tends to come alive. Truckers know what's happening on the road in real time with no app required. For some of the fleet managers out there, this might be a lesson about redundancy. Your tech stack is only as reliable as the infrastructure it rides on, having a backup communication method that does not depend on the likes of AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile may be worth considering, even if it feels like you're taking a step backward. But all the implications that most never even thought of. All right, Buckeye Boy says, I had a friend from Florida who's vacationing in Hawaii and had her phone affected as well. Let's see. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day. I am so ready for spring. We got 2 to 4 inches at the house from yesterday's storm. Expecting another maybe 1/2 to 2 inches over the next couple days. And then, of course, the bottom falling out temperature-wise for the first part of next week. Right now, we're hazy, 26 degrees in Owensboro. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
What do you say? Friday comes our way. TGIF. News in the sports world. This is yet another sports betting game rigging bombshell coming down. From the Associated Press, Dateline Philadelphia this past day, an investigation into a sprawling betting scheme to rig NCAA and Chinese Basketball Association games has now ensnared 26 people, including more than a dozen college basketball players who tried to fix games as recently as this past season, according to federal prosecutors this past day. The scheme generally revolved around gamblers who placed bets and recruited players with the promise of a big payment in exchange for their purposefully underperforming during a game, according to prosecutors. Those fixers would then bet against the player's team in those games, defrauding the sports books and other bettors. Calling it an international criminal conspiracy, U.S. Attorney David Metcalf tells reporters that this case represents a significant corruption when it comes to the integrity of sports. Now, the indictment suggests many others, including unnamed players, had a role in this scheme, but were not charged, I guess, at this point. The investigation is ongoing, he says. This is the latest gambling scandal to hit the sports world since a 2018 Supreme Court decision unleashed a meteoric rise in legal sports betting. This right on the heels of the federal takedown of illegal gambling operations linked to professional basketball. NCAA lifetime bans on at least 10 basketball players for betting on, and 2 Major League Baseball players facing federal charges that they took bribes to help gamblers. The varying charges against the 26 defendants filed in federal court in Philadelphia include bribery, wire fraud, and conspiracy. 5 of the defendants were described as fixers, 3 with connections to players through coaching and training, and 2 described as gamblers and sports handicappers. The fixers started with 2 games in the Chinese Basketball Association back in 2023, and they were successful. They moved on to rigging NCAA games as recently of January 2025, according to the indictment. Their scheme grew to involve more than 39 players on more than 17 different NCAA Division I men's basketball teams, who then rigged and attempted to rig more than 29 games, according to prosecutors. They wagered millions of dollars, raking in substantial proceeds for themselves, and paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to players in bribes, according to prosecutors. Payments to the players typically ranged from, say, $10,000 to $30,000 per game. In a statement, NCAA President Charlie Baker said protecting the integrity of competition is of the utmost importance for the NCAA, that this is investigating, or has finished investigating, almost all the teams in the indictment. Prosecutors actually named more than 40 schools involved in games that were targeted by the scheme. Those included Tulane University, DePaul University. Rigged games, they say, included major conferences and some playoffs, including the first round of the Horizon League Championship and the second round of the Southland Conference Championship. Players often recruited teammates to cooperate by playing badly, setting out maybe, keeping the ball away from players who were not in on the scheme to prevent them from scorings. Sometimes, they say, the fix would actually fail, meaning the fixers would lose their bets. But that's incredible. Any integrity? Obviously, with that many games, how many sports wagerers, people betting on their favorite team? This appears to be to the tune of millions of dollars lost. All righty, we head down the home stretch here in hour number 1 as we get set for a Friday, time zone to time zone, rolling into a brand new day. Hello to Drummer Girl. Checking in from Northeast Philly, 24 degrees at this hour. Wind chill feels like 11. I, as well, looking forward to spring. I would love to put a CB radio in my truck, but since I'm currently in one of the 3 spare trucks until they fix the transmission in the assigned truck, I'm going to be leaving it at the home 20. All right, in our next hour, we'll get to other industry headlines. 145 people slated to lose their jobs by the end of the month. This is, I guess, would this be maybe the first major trucking company to go under in the new year. Details out of Tennessee coming up here. And the latest on the Middle East, where several Middle Eastern allies of the United States apparently urging President Trump and the administration to hold off on strikes against Iran, according to an Arab diplomat familiar with the matter. So what's going on? We'll tell you more as we roll into a brand new day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Articles of impeachment against Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem have been filed by a member of Congress.
Illinois Democratic Congresswoman Robin Kelly cited the secretary's handling of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. She also alleged that Noem denied members of Congress oversight of ICE detention facilities. Kelly's impeachment articles also accused Noem of violating public trust and abusing her power for personal benefit. The lawmaker said the measure has the support of almost 70 members of Congress, and she expects more to sign on. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump met at the White House with Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, a Nobel Peace Prize winner who opposes Nicolas Maduro's regime. The White House says the talks focused on Venezuela's future. Trump has not yet changed his stance on backing her as the country's leader, noting she lacks widespread support. Machado's visit highlights ongoing U.S. engagement amid political transition in Venezuela. A crew from the International Space Station returned to Earth ahead of schedule because of a sick astronaut.
NASA says the U.S., Japanese, Russian personnel from the SpaceX Crew 11 mission splashed down safely off the coast of San Diego early this morning. It was the first time in the 25-year history of the space station a mission was cut short due to a medical issue. NASA has not shared details about the sick crew member because of medical privacy, but says the astronaut's in stable condition. John Summers, USA Radio News.
GoFundMe donations for suspended Ford employee TJ Sabula have reached more than $800,000.
Sabula was suspended after he heckled President Trump Tuesday at the Ford River Rouge plant in Michigan, yelling, quote, pedophile protector, leading Trump to mouth an expletive at him and flip him off twice with his middle finger. Sabula is being paid while suspended. Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Detroit called Sabula a national hero and says Trump is protecting pedophiles. She called for the Epstein files to be fully released. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside,
it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Trade schools in Virginia are getting more popular over traditional college.
The company Resume Builder says almost half of all Gen Z students are in school for a skilled trade or blue-collar job. And officials with Tidewater Community College say their dual enrollment program, which includes welding, is currently maxed out at 40 students. They say normally they get about 7 students. The college says they're seeing an increase in demand for programs that teach HVAC repair and automotive, as students can save a lot of money not going the traditional route of college and student loans. Skilled trade graduates can often begin their careers working in the field they study, versus traditional college grads who often take jobs not in their field. I'm Rosie Rivera.
Federal prosecutors have charged about 20 people in a sweeping point-shaving and game-fixing scheme that allegedly involved more than 39 NCAA Division I men's basketball players on at least 17 teams. Authorities say fixers bribed players to underperform so gamblers could profit, affecting more than 24 games and prompting concerns about the integrity of college sports. Lumen Field has been wired with seismometers to record energy generated by the fans during the Seahawks game against the 49ers on Saturday.
The Pacific Northwest Seismic Networks installed 6 seismic sensors to measure fan-generated ground motion. The scientists expect the fans will generate measurable seismic energy. It'll turn Lumen Field into a science experiment, and you'll be able to watch real-time streams of the seismograms during the game. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Here we go. Another day, another hour as we get set for the weekend. As we make our way into a Friday. Time zone to time zone. Turning the page on the calendar. 16th day of January. Yes, indeed. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Trust your week's going well. Now we could see over the weekend some folks in the southeast who don't often see the white stuff falling from the heavens, aka snow. That is a possibility this weekend as the big shift in the jet stream And just enough cold air could pave the way for a band of snow stretching from southern Alabama and Georgia into Virginia Sunday, later this weekend. And the snow may not stop there, with a significant risk of snowfall in parts of the Northeast. Now, right now, according to AccuWeather, how much snow falls in the southern parts of Alabama and Georgia, eastern portions of the Carolinas, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, as well as further up the mid-Atlantic coast, is going to depend on the exact track of the storm. A small shift can make a big difference, they say. At this point in time, they are forecasting generally a coating to an inch for most. Storm max totals possibly 3 inches for some. The timing of the snow in southern Alabama and southwestern Georgia would be late Saturday night. From southeastern Georgia to Delaware, the risk would expand northward on Sunday. Now, at this time, the storm's expected to remain just far enough off the coast in the southeast to keep snow and the wintry mix on the lighter side rather than intense. The best chance of an inch or more of what would be a wet snow would be just inland of the coastal areas in the southeast. The storm looks different than the big snowstorm that blanketed the Gulf Coast states back in January of last year. But snow is expected to begin in maybe the Florida Panhandle and southern Georgia Saturday night. Temperatures may be too high to see accumulation, but by the time it's cold enough, the storm may be moving away. Now, further north, the storm will get a bit stronger during the day Sunday. In cities like Lumberton, Fayetteville, Goldsboro, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, then up toward Norfolk, Virginia, temperatures will be right around 34 degrees during the peak of the snow. Yeah, you could see a slushy accumulation, mainly on the grassy areas. While some locations may only have a few flakes, others could pick up a coating or more. Even a brief burst of wintry weather can create slick, hazardous travel conditions, especially the bridges and overpasses. Looking towards Sunday night, a possibility of accumulating snow from Delaware and New Jersey up into southeastern New York. Sunday night to early Monday, there's the potential for accumulating snow from southern New England on up into Maine and Atlantic Canada. Most areas there will pick up a few inches of snow. Cape Cod, Massachusetts, on up into Nova Scotia. The storm's going to be moving at a pretty brisk pace, so that should limit the amount of accumulation. The storm from Sunday to early Monday, not going to be a major event, but travelers should be prepared for possible delays. Many communities, obviously in the southeast, have limited snow plows and road treatment sources, so any hazardous road conditions could linger longer there. If, and that's, I guess they're underscoring, if accumulating snow extends back to the I-95 cities in the Northeast, we could see some significant travel delays unfolding on the streets, highways, and major airports as we start the new week there next week. Great to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And hello to Eagle.
Okay, yeah. How you doing tonight? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, ready for a Friday? Any plans this weekend, or you going to be trucking?
No, I'm going to be on the road. I'm trying to, I got to make me some money so I can have some money to spend. I told you I'm going to the Daytona race 500, so I want to have some money to spend when I get there. It's in February, coming up real fast. It's already, I think, the 500 is like February the 15th or something like that. So we ain't got too much time left.
Yeah.
And the season really gets started on February the 1st with the first race. They had like the dual race or whatever you want to call it. I think they ain't gonna be in. They don't go to Daytona no more. But so it's coming up on the first race already. They are. As a matter of fact, I seen a video today. They already testing the cars at these tracks already. Season already going almost get started. So I don't know. I haven't heard no news about Denny Hamlin. I don't know if he's racing or what. I haven't heard if he was going to get out of the deal, since, his father got killed. So I don't know what's going on with his situation, if he's going to be racing or not this year. We'll see, because he's coming up all real pretty fast. So you got to make a decision on what he's going to do. And, as far as, I heard the other guy talking about Greg Biffle. That's you got to be a low-life piece of scum, Steve, to go to somebody's house after the man is dead and rob his home. I read about that today, and they say they stole over $30,000 and some other things. I was wondering, what do you do when a whole family gets wiped out like that? What do you do with all the furniture and clothes and
right.
other things that they had in the house? And, the house has probably just been sitting vacant, since the accident happened, right before Christmas. So, and, that brings out the worst, the thieves and all, people see the house just sitting vacant. So, they should have done something to lock it up with more security down or something. But you got to be a low-life piece of garbage to rip somebody off after they did it. It's some sad people out there nowadays to do something like that. I don't know how to deal with it. So, but, they come in all kinds. So, but, Steve, I wanted to, before I get to this Iran situation, because it looks like it's getting more and more, like I said, it looks like it's getting more and more to the edge of the game. And I think in the next couple of days, Trump probably going to make a move, on Iran. But I wanted to say something about this protest deal right quick. Luckily, Steve, I believe that the weather is keeping things calm, because I was looking at some videos tonight, them same losers, they was out in the street earlier around about from 6 o'clock until about 8 or 9. But as the temperature started dropping colder and colder, you started seeing less and less protesters. They got these guys that are live streaming these protests on YouTube, and now they completely don't vacate it now. There's no protesters out there right now. So I think that the weather, because I think you've been given weather report, it's supposed to be cold as hell in Minnesota over the next 4 to 5 days.
Yes, it is.
It's supposed to be down I think it's supposed to be like zero, below zero on Sunday, Saturday, and Sunday. So that'll keep a lot of them losers off the street, because I doubt if even the dumbest of those individuals want to be out in that kind of weather. So, if it was hot outside, they might still be raising hell tonight. But I think the weather is helping with that situation, because, like I told you, it's a ghost town. Because Donald Trump, he was talking, I had said the same thing last night, that he may have to intervene if things didn't get calmed down. He came with insurrection. We ain't talking about doing that. If they couldn't get the things under control. But like I said, luckily, I think this is God's way. He intervened and get these idiots off the street with the cold weather. Because like I said, it's supposed to be real cold. So it's going to be a good football game. I definitely want to see that game on Sunday. I think the Rams, LA Rams, I think they're not going to do nothing, because it's supposed to be cold in Chicago on Sunday when they play that game, like 4 or 5 degrees. And I don't think LA going to do too good in that type of weather. So I think Chicago definitely got the advantage in that. But like I said, it's still snowing like it should. It's cold outside, but a lot of places still not receiving snow. Like I noticed it's got a lot of snow in Minneapolis, but Chicago, they got too much snow. But it's definitely, the next few weeks is definitely going to be cold in the U.S. From what you said and from what I've been seeing on TV. So, like I said, that'll keep a lot of these protesters off the street, because, like I said, the governor and the mayor, they still talking the same old leftist rhetoric, and they're not they're still fighting against ICE. So I'm glad to see that, things are a little bit calmer tonight. Now, as far as the situation goes with Iran, Steve, whether that was a fake video or AI or whatever, somebody in Iran, you talked about it last night. They had the video of Donald Trump saying the next time they won't miss. with Trump.
Right.
Iran, like I said, I don't know who put that out. It might be some troublemakers or something. I don't know. But like I said, Donald Trump, he definitely needs to step in with Iran, especially if, they talking about having public executions, hanging people in the middle of the street. And, you can't have that Donald Trump. Yeah, like I said, that guy in Iran, the leader of that country, he should have been gone a long time ago. I thought we'd seen the last of him when they eliminated his nuclear capabilities, but he's still around. But some people say he might not even be in the country. But I think Donald Trump, he like I said, they pushing their luck. They dealing with a different president in Iran, and if they think that Donald Trump is just bluffing by sending those ships over there, all they got to do is ask Maduro, and he'll tell them if he was bluffing or not. So they better make the right move, Iran, or they could be in some serious trouble in the next couple of weeks because the situation is out of control in Iran. It's been out of control for a long time. So hopefully Trump, can get something going with those people. Now, as far as this other situation goes through with what's her name, the Clintons. I want to say something about Bill and Hillary Clinton right quick. We already know. Like I've been telling you this for months about Bill Clinton and the Epstein files. Bill Clinton, he's the number one. He probably was Epstein's number one customer of his island. Bill Clinton should have been indicted a long time ago, and I don't care how old they are. Bill Clinton, Hillary, they done broke a lot of rules, a lot of laws. It's time that they get the justice that they deserve, and they want to refuse to go to court. They think they're above the law. The Clintons always said that Donald Trump wasn't above the law. Well, they're not above the law either. So if they were involved in that situation, they need to pay the penalty for what they did, because Bill and Hillary, they've been getting away with a lot of stuff for a long time. So hopefully Donald Trump, he said he was going to put Hillary in jail the first time he was in the White House, and he felt sorry for her. Hopefully this time he won't feel sorry for her, and she'll get the justice that her and Smith really deserve. And I thank you for taking my call.
Right. I wouldn't hold my breath on anything there, though. Obviously, I mean, it's the Clintons, and what they did, and this would simply be about the congressional subpoena, ignoring the subpoena to appear, right? Yeah, it would really, it's going to have nothing to do with any Epstein collusion crimes, and any of that. It would simply be about not appearing before Congress. But, of course, the previous administration did put several of Trump's first administration officials behind bars for a period of time for doing the same thing. Minneapolis, Eagle, you mentioned. Who in the hell wants to be out protesting when it's, 30 below wind chill? We'll see. But, that's forecast there in Minneapolis. Winds are going to intensify overnight with some snow showers, blowing snow. Between today, Friday, and next Wednesday. Scattered snow showers throughout the day. Gusty winds leading to low visibility, blowing snow. Worst conditions will be out in the open areas through much of central, southern Minnesota. 40, 50 mile an hour winds. Then much colder air arrives as we kick off the weekend. Wind chills minus 25 this weekend. Wind chills forecast to be in the minus 25, minus 30 degree range for early next week. What kind of fool's going to be out there trying to block ice in that kind of weather? I don't know. We'll see.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty, see if we can get a clarification here. Granny, did you fall down the steps or did you get a little boost there from Snuffy? Hello, Granny. We lost Granny? Or is it Snuffy?
Good morning.
Now we lose him. She was there. Maybe she'll dial us back up. We'll see if we get a full report there. Her recovery efforts after she took a tumble down the stairs, I think right about the new year, maybe. Dial us back up, Granny. I apologize. Hey, let me give you a quick update. Reports stating the president had given the green light. There may have been planes actually in the air to strike Iran, but it was called off. For some reason, at the last minute, top officials, they say, from Egypt, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, all raising concerns over the past 48 hours that military intervention might shake the global economy and destabilize the already volatile region. Oil prices fell Thursday as the markets appear to take note of the president's somewhat shifting tone as a sign that he may be leaning away from attacking just days after his blistering threats at Tehran for their brutal crackdown. Nevertheless, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt this past day said still all options are on the table as President Trump deals with Iran. Truth is, only President Trump knows what he's going to do. And a very, very small team of advisors are read into his thinking on that. He continues to closely monitor the situation on the ground. So we know the protests have been ongoing, and you can't read too much into what happens from one day to the next. We do know that the military aircraft carrier strike group is making its way to the region. Is this just, giving some additional time? Who knows? I don't want to read too much into it, but hey, let's take two, Granny. Are you with me?
I sure am, Steve.
Well, thanks for dialing us back up. My initial question was, did you fall down the stairs or did somebody give you a little boost?
Nope. Snuffy didn't even know I fell down the stairs.
Okay.
He was out in the Jeep waiting on me, and I went to pull the back door open, and I went down the steps.
Ouch.
Yeah. I broke the femur in the right thigh, broke the pinky toe on top of my foot, on my left foot.
So the femur, did they have to do surgery, or were they able to get it set and just put you in a cast?
No, they had to do surgery. They had to put a rod in and pins.
Wow. Okay, so that's a rather lengthy recovery, isn't it?
Yeah. And I go see my orthopedic surgeon in the morning, and then I get to go home from rehab tomorrow afternoon.
Hallelujah. So when did all this occur? Like New Year's weekend, or when was it?
December the 29th.
Right after Christmas.
Yep.
Wow.
So I'm hobbling around with a walker.
So how long do they think you're going to have to be off the road? Are you going to take this as a cue to retire, or are you going to get well and get back out there? What are you thinking?
Get well and try to get back out there.
Wow.
I'll know tomorrow. I'll know later on today when I go see my orthopedic surgeon. If she takes the staples out and tells me how long I'm going to have to be off.
Wow. Not the way you wanted to start a new year, huh?
Not hardly. But yeah, I'm hanging in there and I'm surviving it.
Well, yeah, one day at a time, as they say. Actually, I wanted to get an update give us an update how snuffy it took. But we've got to take a time out. The news is here to the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Florida Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia used a Winter Haven event to criticize anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis and called on Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey to resign, saying their leadership has failed amid unrest.
He is creating an environment where residents now think it's okay to attack law enforcement.
Ingoglia also distributed over $1 million in state funding to law enforcement agencies cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. A federal watchdog told lawmakers the Department of Veterans Affairs still uses disability rating criteria from 1945, now over 80 years out of date, risking inaccurate compensation for millions of veterans. Lawyers pressed the VA to update both medical and earnings loss data to reflect modern medicine and today's job market. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, yes indeed. That is the number to dial us up here on a Friday. Except for the weekend. All right, hello to James, who says 22 degrees, Woodstock, Georgia tonight. Yeah, that cold air in the deep south. Hello to the Ice Cream Man. Good morning, all. Gary Montgomery. Morning, Steve, on the overnight crew on this casual Friday. All right, good to have you with us. Industry headlines. Let me see. I came across this from CDL Life. Brain Dead had actually also forwarded a story from the local, I think the Nashville affiliate there. But 145 people will lose their jobs by the end of the month as a Tennessee freight company closes its doors. Smoky Mountain Logistics in Lebanon, Tennessee will shut down, it says here actually February 28th, so the end of February. 145 people will lose their jobs, including truck drivers, according to the WARN Act notification filed with the Department of Labor on the 12th of January. According to the Tennessean, the freight company located on Richard Petty Way, and the affected workers are not represented by any collective bargaining agreement. Senior employees are not protected by any bumping rights. Smoky Mountain Logistics worked largely with Amazon, according to News Channel 5. It's kind of been a trend. Layoffs in Tennessee rose over 20% from 2024 to 25. Up more than 130% since 2021. Meanwhile, under the mergers and acquisitions category, I guess we'll call it, Abilene Motor Express, almost 8 years after being acquired by Knight Swift, is being folded into the Swift Transportation segment of the company. Internal communications obtained by FreightWaves. Larry Johnson, the president of Abilene Motor Express, said this is part of a broader effort to improve efficiency and streamline operations. This alignment helps us work more cohesively, move faster and better, serve our drivers and customers in the internal communication. He said Abilene, it's an over-the-road carrier, will continue operating under that name until January 27th. Abilene's drivers will transition to Swift and receive clear guidance and ongoing support through the process. Via their LinkedIn page, Abilene, based in Richmond, Virginia, said it has nearly 500 tractors. The finality of the disappearance of the Abilene name and standalone status within Knight-Swift was driven home by Johnson, who said, "We thank Abilene team members for their years of dedication. Look forward to welcoming those joining the Swift family." He also said customers have been contacted by the company regarding the shift forthcoming. In an internal communication, Knight-Swift CEO Adam Miller said this transition reflects our commitment to operating efficiently as we position our business for long-term success. Knight-Swift has not put out a prepared statement on the move. An email and phone call to the company from FreightWaves not responded to by publication time yesterday. Abilene is one of several separate logos that operate under Knight-Swift, besides Knight and Swift, which continue as separate brands. The list published in their 10K SEC filings include U.S. Express that they acquired back in 23, ACT, you've got MME, as well as Bar None that they acquired in 2014, and the LTL carrier DHE, acquired in 2024. Kind of lose track of all those companies all rolled up under one umbrella, don't we? All right, what's going on with the Grump this Friday morning?
Yeah, I think they just want to see a big sea of Swift trucks out here and, Knight trucks and things. I think it's it kind of seems like they're trying to corner the damn market in trucking. I mean, hell, they got logistics organizations and things like that that hands out freight and brokerages, things like that. And now they got all these damn companies that they've bought up. Yeah, they're a huge conglomerate in the trucking industry, but, are they worth a damn? Who knows? I know I'd never work for them. But, talking about this Iran thing here, in the very beginning, you never heard anything from any of the Arab nations, none of them. I mean, they were talking. I mean, they were legitimately getting together and having their conversations, and embassies and things. But they thought the IRGC and the Ayatollah and his bunch of thugs would have this wrapped up pretty damn fast. So they didn't want to get involved in it. They're like, it's just another uprising. Until what happens, when it started affecting 150 different cities, big cities and
all over the country,
Iran.
Yep.
And then they got to run in their mouths, and Trump started talking about, bombing them if they started doing, senseless killings and things like that. But hell, they've already killed over 12,000. I think that right now I think a lot of these Arab nations are trying to find a home for that Ayatollah. I think, they're kind of getting involved in it because they know that it, if it comes to the fact that we do a massive bomb run, and it's going to, chaos is going to pursue. I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, it's going to be worse than what it is now, not with the killings or anything like that, but people aren't going to know what the hell they're doing until they get a government in place. And that's something that Saudi Arabia does not want, a bunch of Iranians knocking on their door saying, hey, we need to be, we need refugee status and, help here and there. So I don't know. It's, Egypt and a lot of them, they distance themselves from it, but they're damn deer. They going down a 2-lane road here, and deer are everywhere tonight. Standing alongside the road. But this has been an ongoing thing with these people. They've always kind of hated the fact that the Ayatollah has been a jackass, not just to the Americans, but to them also. You know, they've threatened them several times, you know, with force and stuff like that. So this right now, I don't know if they're looking at it like it's a good thing or what, but I think you know, I think they got to Trump and had a little conversation with him about, you know, destabilizing that whole area, with oil and economically. I read an article, it was the Foreign Economic Review or something on that lines there about where, a few days ago they all got together and had a discussion about that, how it's going to affect the bottom line in those areas. And the thing is, Steve, when that damn Ayatollah who is running that country, or says he is, when he started talking about the assassination of Trump and stuff like that, that's an act of war.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are actively pursuing an assassination attempt on a sitting president, for something like the United States. Now, so many of these damn NATO countries and they got their hackles up about everything that's going on with Greenland and things like that right now, but they still do not want to distance themselves from the United States because we're the only thing that keeps the big dog off their ass, and they know it, and it's a shame that this country right here, so many little countries depend on it to fight their wars and do all the rest of the heavy lifting. And for years, I mean, look at NATO. I mean, until Trump come in, in the first time he was elected, come in and started calling out NATO. Hell, they did, hardly any of them countries paid anything toward their own defense, and it was agreed upon, what was it, 3 to 5% or something like that of their GDP that they would pay on, for their, as a collective to be protected. And, so many of them just didn't pay a damn thing, and treated Americans like crap. And then he got to calling them out and saying, hey, if you don't want to pay, then protect yourself. We don't give a rat's ass. And I don't know what the hell it is with so many of our presidents in the past that thinks that you can't say that to these people, that, they need our help. No, they need our damn money, and that's what gets me. I mean, we have propped up their economies and things like that. I talked about one time about when we had the drawdown of forces back after the first Gulf War, how many bases and things that we closed in Germany, and how the American government agreed to pay the German government X amount of dollars on these closed bases because it was putting so many civilians that worked at the bases back into the workforce there, and they just didn't have jobs for them. So, if they were at 12 years and then we paid them the remaining 8 years of their up to their retirement, which so many of these, so many of them didn't work anyway. I mean, we had so much going on in them damn bases. I mean, you could go into shops and things like that, and they'd just be cleaned out from, German nationals that was taking stuff home with them and things. And they said, well, just forget about it, millions of dollars. And now, look at it now. I mean, they're raising hell too about, the potential of us bombing Iran for, over this stuff that's going on over there, all the uprising and things. And, I don't think for a second that it was the Arab countries right now that had anything at all to do with stopping that hanging of that individual, that girl, for what she said. I think for a fact that, I just think that it was the fact that they were scared to death that, if they did do it, then all hell was going to fall out of the sky on them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, right now they're trying to hang on to as much power as they can. But that IRGC, they're nothing but a bunch of Arab thugs anyway. That's all the hell, Islamic thugs, put it that way. That's all they are. And, they protected them idiots for so damn long. But I don't know, man. This is crazy right now. I don't know that there is ever going to be an attack. I think maybe they might find some place to where they can say, hey, look, either get your bags and your dirty bathrobe that you wear all the time and get your ass out of the country, or we will come in and do some bombing. Especially at some of the bases that's heavily populated with a lot of the Republican Guard and those areas there. So I don't know that we're even going to do that right now. I think when he called it off, I think he did allow these Arab countries to kind of negotiate an exit for the Ayatollah. I mean that happens before. I mean, and they look what they were trying to do with Gaddafi. Until Clinton decided to go ahead and Hillary and talked Barack into going ahead and letting them blow his ass up, his own people. But
right,
so much is going on right now. But look at everything right now that's still going on, and as cold as it's going to be up there in Minneapolis and around. I do not understand how in the hell that governor like that and like a mayor that's running their mouths about following these officers around cannot get arrested for obstruction. It's they have certain immunities just like the president does on so many of the things they do, but this is actively wanting individuals, civilian, citizens to participate in nothing but insurrection acts against federal employees, federal officers. And it's I don't know how in the hell that they just, I would look for right now. They got a lot of the the Republican side of the House and people are trying to get Walz to resign, but they keep hollering, this needs to stop. This kind of stuff needs to stop. If they want it to stop, then why in the hell do they keep voting for idiots like Walz? Because you don't see it in Texas. You don't see it in other states like that takes an active role in protecting the people by getting rid of damn illegals. But, when you start harboring people like that and criminals and putting them above the citizens that lives in that state, it's asinine to even think about that. If they want it to stop, then shut up and start voting them people out. Don't vote for idiots like that. But yet, prime examples, Omar. My God. I listen to that woman, man, that's fingernails on a freaking chalkboard. I ain't kidding you. The things that comes out of that idiot's mouth, and you're thinking you're one of the lawmakers that are writing laws for the United States of America. But I don't think that's the case at all. I think she was elected to do exactly like she's doing, stir doo-doo, and just, keep it going like that. Just keep people pissed off all the time, and that seems to be the the normal way of life for these people anymore. But I don't know, if they want it to stop, then quit putting the idiots in office is all it takes. And we got to get some term limits. We got to get some of these old dinosaurs the hell out, like Bernie Sanders and people. That man has never worked a job a day in his life. Never. He's always been in government.
Tax dollars, living off the people. Why does Walz or the mayor up there? Why don't they implement a curfew?
Because it would seem like they were being sympathetic to
ICE.
To the federal officers that are up there right now, to ICE. If they did that, they would think that for a second that they're harming the rights of those individuals.
Wow.
And it's just crazy. When I sit there and listen to especially that dumbass mayor talking about that goofball, and he had a gun on him. He had a pistol in his pocket after they finally got him arrested. And to talk about him like he's some kind of just a hero to everybody up there. He's a part of this community and stuff like that. Well, who in the hell wants to live in a community when you have idiots like that as part of it? That's what I do not understand. These, people start ranting and raving about the security of this country, but yet they let crap like that fester to the point. And did you hear that damn or read that article about over $700 million was flown out of Minneapolis?
Yes.
And how does that happen? And then they turn around and look and they say, we need to raise taxes. We need to abolish taxes. We need to have a sales tax, number one. Get rid of all these handouts to daycares and things like that, and this earned income credit and so much crap that people just stand there with their hand out, and start revamping completely the tax system to where this does not happen. That should have been a massive vetting process before $1 was ever handed out to a bunch of idiots, which I don't think it should have been handed out, period, to anyone that comes here, foreign. I mean, it just shouldn't. Look at the Public Charge Act. I mean, that was what Trump was getting rid of people in the very beginning, was under the Public Charge Act. Judges went in and squashed that. It's still active on the books, but it says if you cannot support yourself within 5 years of coming into this country, it doesn't say legally, illegally, or anything else. You will be deported. And, here we are. Judges are going in there and writing laws and stuff like that. They need to have a U.S. Marshal show up, there at the bench and just slap some cuffs on their ass and haul them out of there. And, we need better laws that we can expel members of Congress, that we can recall judges and, stop this damn stuff. If they're not enforcing the law, then they're lawless, and we need to get rid of them. That's just a fact. I don't know, man. I tell you, it's just like everything gets crazier and crazier and crazier every year. I don't know, brother. We'll see what happens, but I think I think they're going to be in for a rough road up in Minneapolis if they don't slap some handcuffs on Timmy and that idiot mayor,
right?
And get them out of there. So
I do see that there are, that there's work. They're working on what? Impeachment. Yeah, they want him out before. Yeah, he's not going to run for re-election, next year? Yeah, they want him out now. But yeah, you mentioned the $700 million cash money. Yeah, this came to light about a week and a half ago. But I guess we've now, we being the feds, have launched an official probe. The TSA had been flagging these cash leaving the country out of Minneapolis for years. Nearly $700 million. And it wasn't like it was in briefcases or suitcases trying to be snuck out undetected. It was declared. And that's why they're saying it appeared like they had their paperwork in order. Nearly $700 million stuffed in suitcases carried out of the Minneapolis airport by Somali couriers in 2 years' time. Again, it wasn't hidden, though. It was reported. It was declared. It happened in plain sight. Now the feds are asking the obvious question, where in the hell did this money come from? And where, more importantly, was it going? What has now been confirmed, the TSA flagged massive volumes of U.S. cash. Couriers repeatedly carrying millions of dollars at a time. Total approaches $700 million. The FBI has opened a formal probe now. This as Republicans move to cut funding, obviously, to these Somali-led organizations tied to the wider Minnesota welfare fraud scandal. And yes, this is probably just the beginning. Representative Claudia Tenney put it that we're still just scratching the surface. Now, banks are required to file what they call suspicious activity reports for far less money than this. But these individuals were able to walk through the airport with millions in cash over and over again, and no one ever really followed up. That's not a paperwork issue. That is systemic failure. Yeah, you know and I know cash does not move like this by accident. It moves like this via fraud, money laundering, and organized schemes, organized crime. Minnesota keeps being called ground zero for a reason. Every single layer that gets peeled back reveals something bigger, dirtier, and more brazen than what we'd already uncovered there. You know, follow the money. Yeah, arrest every damn one of them if the evidence leads there, for sure. But I've never heard of such a thing. How do you waltz through the airport? How do you get your documents in order? Yeah, I've got $4 million. And I'm flying where? Another country? How did that happen over the years? And that was all under the Biden administration. It is 844-844-3388. Clear lines rolling into a Friday. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Florida Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia used a Winter Haven event to criticize anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis and called on Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey to resign.
He is creating an environment where residents now think it's okay to attack law enforcement.
Ingoglia also distributed over $1 million in state funding to law enforcement agencies cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. The White House says new economic reports show President Trump is keeping inflation in check with lower gas prices and bigger than expected tax returns.
Since President Trump took office, core CPI has increased at just a 2.4% annualized rate, substantially lower than the 3.3% annual rate inherited from the Biden administration last January.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also highlighted efforts to tackle high home prices through mortgage bond purchases and reduce drug costs for Americans. A federal watchdog told lawmakers the Department of Veterans Affairs still uses disability rating criteria from 1945, now over 80 years out of date, risking inaccurate compensation for millions of veterans. Lawyers pressed the VA to update both medical and earnings loss data to reflect modern medicine and today's job market. Verizon customers are going to receive a $20 bill credit after yesterday's nearly day-long outage.
In a statement posted on social media Thursday, Verizon said it did not meet the standard of excellence customers expect. The company says Wednesday's outage was caused by a server failure in New Jersey, leading to issues with voice and data services for customers from about noon Eastern until well into the night. Verizon said the credit is not meant to make up for what happened, but to acknowledge customers' time. Customers will receive a text message when the credit is available to be redeemed. I'm Natalie Migliori.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
McDonald's is facing a lawsuit after a woman was killed in a drive-thru in Boyle Heights, California.
The widow of Maria Vargas Luna is filing the lawsuit following the incident in March of 2024. It says Vargas Luna was violently attacked by a known vagrant who was in line asking people for change. The lawsuit claims McDonald's employees witnessed the attack and made no effort to intervene or call 911. The lawsuit also says before the attack, employees did not ask the man to leave. Vargas Luna was placed on life support after the attack and died months later. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Newly released video out of San Antonio shows a driver of a car ramming ICE agents who were trying to take him into custody.
Oh, the window. Watch out behind you, watch out! Cut it off! Cut it off! Now!
The driver eventually got out of the car and was tackled. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons says one of the agents went to a hospital with neck injuries. He tells Fox News attacks like this happen every day. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Trump administration has restored tens of millions of dollars in Title X family planning funds to Planned Parenthood and similar clinics after briefly withholding them, leading the ACLU to drop a lawsuit over the issue. The funding supports contraception, cancer screenings, and other services for low-income patients. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.84. Highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $4.95. Lowest prices are in Bryan County, Oklahoma at $2.21. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Away we go. another hour underway. Working our way into a Friday. Ready or not, here comes the weekend. Tim Walz. 1 week after Minnesota's governor declared he's not going to seek re-election to a third term, some Minnesota Republicans are making it clear they want him out long before the November election. Obviously, with Minnesota in the spotlight over the massive fraud scandal, the uproar over the Immigration and Customs Enforcement shooting, an impeachment case is now brewing in the North Star State. Earlier this week, one Republican made it official. In a post published Monday, Republican State Representative Tim Weiner announced he had filed articles of impeachment against Walz, citing corrupt conduct that helped conceal the ongoing fraud by that group made up largely of the Somali immigrant community. Timothy J. Walz, governor of the state of Minnesota, has violated his constitutional oath of office by knowingly concealing or permitting the concealment of widespread fraud within the state and the administered programs, despite repeated warnings, audits, reports, public indicators of systemic abuse. According to the first article of impeachment. Now, the internal politics of the state obviously will make this a long shot. Republicans hold one-seat majority in the State House, according to the National Conference of State Legislators, a one-seat majority. The state Senate is tied at 33 votes for each party, after the December 26th passing of State Senator Kerry Dietrich, who was a Democrat and 12-year veteran of the legislature, passed away of cancer. Not only that, but special elections for the House and Senate seats scheduled for January 28th could actually change control in both houses. According to the Conference of State Legislators, all of that means it might be possible that Republicans in the House could successfully muscle through an impeachment vote on the Democrat governor, but a conviction in the Senate, whether controlled by a bare majority of Republicans or Democrats, would still require a two-thirds majority. That's all but impossible under the circumstances. But it doesn't look like the unfavorable political arithmetic will keep the Republicans from at least trying this. Fraud is happening. Fraud is going on. You got to put tighter levers on this. And he's done just the opposite, according to State Representative Ben Davis. So regardless of the outcome, it represents a disastrous fall in political fortunes. I mean, in the run-up to the 2024 election, he was the Democrat candidate for vice president, sharing that ticket with Kamala Harris. Yeah, he's gone from being a household name as a Democrat rising star to a nationally known lame duck, playing out the end of his term in an unforgiving media glare. And it's not just Republicans in Minnesota that want Walz out. But so that's the realistic possibility of that happening. There's no way to muster a two-thirds majority in the Senate there. Well, to see what's going on, Casual Friday. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, happy Casual Friday. No, hey, Mike today, but are we supposed to do, hey, Becky, what day is it? And maybe, hey, Brain Dead, what day is it there?
Yeah, so that same schedule, Hump Day.
Yeah. So, anyway, there, maybe, so Governor Walz there, not only is he lame duck, he's I'd say pretty well disgraced. Wouldn't you say disgraced, Governor?
At least, to say the least.
To say the least, yeah. And so the other thing is that the Republicans out there, if they can't get the 2/3 majority in the Senate there to convict the impeachment, maybe they ought to start making a lot of noise and shouting out who it was that wouldn't do it on the Democrat side, so the Democrats know who not to put back in office. That's what we always say is we gotta change who's in office, and if your leaders aren't respecting the wishes of the constituents, it's the constituents that need to get the other leaders out and put people in that'll actually do what the people want when the people want it done.
Yep.
So even if they don't, maybe this is a good time for them to say, let's get the rest of them out while we're at it. Not only will we get rid of Walz, but we can. You people need to get the rest of your bad trash out of the house too. So, anyways, maybe that'll work out that way. But yeah, definitely reporting from the Arctic zone of Maryland here. Apparently, I'm probably not the coldest part of Maryland, but the Peterbilt shows 19 degrees and the bank sign said 21, and we still got enough of a breeze out there that I would say the wind chill is venturing somewhere around 0. So it's chilly out here now.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyways, we finally got through yesterday there. After I talked with you, I got about another hour down the road and decided by the time I was going to get to Harrisburg, it was going to be too much in the middle of rush hour, and my eyes could stand to be closed if I wanted them to. So I knew where there was a parking spot behind a little diner and decided to take full advantage of it for 3 hours. And, from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. there, I was kind of out of commission to the world there. I was just kind of snoozing a little bit.
That's a good thing.
I guess every now and then you should do that. So anyways, by the time we got done, it was 3:00 in the afternoon yesterday, and they gave me an extra load to do because of where I was at and where I finished up. So they gave me one more to do, and so as of 11:59, the exemption for the hours of service for this whole deal we had going on has come to a conclusion with no additional time given. So I guess the last few years here, they've kind of gotten to the point that they've watched it a little bit more when they're giving these exemptions out.
Right.
They don't throw them out quite so willy-nilly like they used to and open-ended. And so it's kind of goes on a 30-day thing, and they're supposed to really look and see if the reason for the exemption, the emergency, is actually still there or not. And I guess what? When they renew them at this point, they only renew them for 15 days or something now? They don't even do the full 30-day. So since this was enacted in the middle of a week, of course, the 30 days rolls around, and here you are Thursday into Friday in the middle of a work week, and it's like, well, now you guys got, all your hours, and the exemption's over. But according to our safety department up in World Headquarters, they say that you do not have to clear the 70-hour, 8-day rule, and the only thing we needed to continue on into the back normal hours of service is a 10-hour break. So not me to say, but I'm going on their direction. So The 70-hour, 8-day clock doesn't look very good, but the 10-hour off was legal, so we're started with that.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we've got this next big time Arctic outbreak coming in. We're talking wind chills 20 below as we start the new week. Next Monday, Tuesday. The cold all the way down to the Gulf Coast. They're saying. I wouldn't be surprised that you're going to have propane orders out the wazoo.
Absolutely. So, in-home heating fuel. Don't forget there are still some people that are allowed to burn oil in their oil burners, whether it's a forced air or boiler system, and of course I think are you still allowed to burn firewood, Your Honor? I don't know. They've outlawed so much stuff. I know here in Maryland that you're not allowed to install an outdoor wood boiler anymore. That's not, it doesn't, it's bad for the environment there, burning a little bit of wood. Unlike, I don't know, what happens out there in the West there? Oh yeah, them big fires there. They burn a lot of wood. But anyway, so, yeah, we're out here kind of doing our thing, kind of keeping our head down maybe and seeing what we can get done today. But, anyways, I guess with the snow that came through, I didn't see a whole lot. It was just after I talked to you, I ran into a squall that kind of was just blowing in the air there for about, 10, 15 minutes, drove right through it. Roads were still in the 30s, like 31, 32 degrees. And they apparently had some salt down on the roads by the looks of my windshield in front of my truck. So everything was kind of wet, not having any issues. So we were able to roll right through it. But I guess up there around Syracuse on 81 up there, they had a pretty good mess. They had 30, 40 vehicles involved and roads shut down. And so, and I guess out Buffalo way to Western PA on 90 out there, I guess they had a whole mess of problems out there. Had to close roads down. So looked like the lake effect snow machine there was in full effect yesterday. So I'm not sure what you got going on for that now. But if the wind's blowing off the lakes up there like it is down here, I'm sure it's doing its job up there and pounding some snow on the ground. But other than that, that's about what we got rolling for you there. So we got our normal thing, and I guess we're going to have to see what comes through because they're calling for a storm coming in later today and into tomorrow, so early tomorrow. So we're not sure where we're going to be at, but our Saturday work might get done Saturday night instead of Saturday morning, and we'll see what goes on because it's got to the point now that with everything that goes on out in the highways and all this stuff that we hear about, I don't know. I kind of like what Eagle says. Just stay home. Don't go out and venture out into it. We'll just let everything else develop and let them push all the pieces off to the side and clean stuff up, and then we'll drive on through and wave to everybody.
Yeah.
But anyways, other than that, that's what we got going for you, Your Honor. So we come up with anything else interesting or exciting, maybe we'll check back in a little later there. But everybody have a good weekend, and we'll catch you all next week. We'll see you all on the radio.
See you on the radio, right. Yeah, well, 844-844-3388. So Chili Bowl Nationals have been going on all week. And here we are. I guess we've got one final prelim Friday night that'll set what the final positions for the full field for the 40th annual Chili Bowl event Saturday. I had no idea. Were you aware that fighting is allowed at the Chili Bowl Nationals? I guess kind of like in the hockey world, where they'll let them throw a few punches before they come, intervene. Fighting is allowed. Then you spend a few minutes in the penalty box, right? Whatever but unusual. Yeah, fighting's not allowed in pretty much, well, aside from like boxing, wrestling, I mean, those sort of sports. You can't do it. Baseball, basketball, football, it's all off the limits. Drivers at the Chili Bowl Nationals are aware of what they sign up for. It is one of the most competitive, aggressive motorsports events at the start of the year. The short tracks and the powerful cars don't leave a lot of margin for error, and even the smallest of contact while racing can affect a driver's entire race. This is why it's pretty common for tempers to be high. And the event had a really fascinating rule to tackle that problem. Instead of supporting nonviolence, the competition actually allows drivers to go head-to-head with each other with some limitations. But yes, it's very odd for a sport to allow this. But sometimes, as violence goes, there can still be an even bitter turn. And that's what happened at one of the races off track this week. Things turned ugly Wednesday as tensions rose between the two teams, leading to an ugly brawl between the members of the two respective teams. Although the exact reason is not clear, both teams' crew members took on each other in what was seemingly the pit area. The brawl continued to escalate as multiple people tried to take down the crew members. One of them could clearly be seen in immense pain, struggling to breathe. Brayton Lester posted a video, and it was he who pointed out the fascinating violence rule from the books. What he cited is the rule clearly explains that any sort of fighting must happen only in front of the spectators on the track. Moreover, it should be a one-on-one brawl and should stop the moment either of the drivers goes down on the ground. Obviously, looking at this incident as it unfolded, Lester was absolutely right in his tweet. These guys didn't get the memo. In fact, after posting the rule, he also lightheartedly said, with that being said, if any of my fellow drivers want to duke it out after a race, let me know. We'll set it right then and there, and we'll eat pizza afterwards. So while brawls like these are often tolerated as per the rules of the Chili Bowl, the crew members' involvement clearly represent a significant breach of conduct for both teams. The rule is designed to prevent any sort of large-scale chaos and ensure that emotions remain contained between the competitors themselves. They say, while that might seem out of the ordinary, the staff at the event there have pretty much gotten used to it. So I guess if a couple of drivers want to get together, there is no penalty for throwing a few punches. Once somebody hits the ground, though, you're supposed to break it up, end it right there. But this was all caught on video behind the scenes, back, not in front of the spectators, but like in the pit area, and both crews were all going at it. 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All righty, 24 hours ago, we were talking about yet another shooting incident involving Immigrations and Customs Enforcement there in Minneapolis. In this case, it was the illegal alien from Venezuela which they were attempting to pull over, I guess for a routine arrest to bring him into custody. The illegal flees in the automobile, crashes the vehicle, tries to run on foot. Two other individuals, is all we knew at the time, came out of an apartment building and began attacking this ICE officer. One of them had a snow shovel, the other had a broom handle, a broomstick. And he ultimately pulled his weapon and shot the initial suspect in the leg. So he's going to survive, but they have now released the names and the backgrounds of all three individuals involved in the attack on ICE agent. All are illegal Venezuelans who were caught and released into the country under the Biden administration. Surprise, surprise. According to Homeland Security, Julio Cesar Sosa Celis, a criminal illegal from Venezuela, previously convicted for driving without a license and arrested for 2 counts of giving a false name to a peace officer, was the subject of the enforcement operation. He had been released by Minnesota authorities before ICE could even lodge a detainer. Sosa Celis illegally entered the U.S. in August of 2022 under the Biden administration. The other two who joined in the foray, Alfredo Alejandro Ajorna, an illegal alien from Venezuela, illegally entering the U.S. May of 2023 under the Biden administration. After failing to show up for his immigration hearing, he was issued a final order of removal by an immigration judge. Lastly, Gabriel Alejandro Hernandez Ladezima, a criminal alien from Venezuela, who illegally entered the United States in May of 2023. Yes, under the Biden administration. The Biden administration had marked this illegal alien as a non-enforcement priority. You know, no big deal. And there's millions of such individuals, as we know, in this country right now, due to the open door policy. 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Florida Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia used a Winter Haven event to criticize anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis and called on Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey to resign, saying their leadership has failed amid unrest.
He is creating an environment where residents now think it's okay to attack law enforcement.
Ingoglia also distributed over $1 million in state funding to law enforcement agencies cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. A federal watchdog told lawmakers the Department of Veterans Affairs still uses disability rating criteria from 1945, now over 80 years out of date, risking inaccurate compensation for millions of veterans. Lawyers pressed the VA to update both medical and earnings loss data to reflect modern medicine and today's job market. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we mentioned earlier, going to be a cold one in Florida this morning. Big time temperature drop here into Friday morning. Look out for the falling iguanas. The temperatures forecast to drop as that front moves through. Jacksonville, Tallahassee, expecting lows in the 20s this morning. Orlando and Lakeland, the mid-30s. Miami's supposed to drop to about 47 this Friday morning. As we've learned over the years, the green iguanas are sensitive to the cold. They become stunned when temperatures fall into the 40s and 30s. When that happens, they lose their grip. They fall from the trees. It's kind of a unique cold weather hazard in the Sunshine State. These cold-blooded reptiles become what they call cold stunned. Lose their grip on branches when the temperatures drop below their tolerance threshold. After they fall from the tree, they look like they're dead. But they're still breathing with critical body functions still operating. And when the temperatures start to rise through the morning, ultimately they spring back into action. Introduced to the state decades ago, from Central and South America. They live mainly in the southern half of the state. Yeah, they're not adapted to anything below 45 degrees. They start to get sluggish or lethargic even when the temperature drops below 50. Yeah, most of the state's going to be below that 45 threshold this morning. When it gets cold like this, it's funny to those who aren't from here to see the news people talking about the iguanas falling from trees. But it can and it will happen, according to a conservation biologist. When fully grown, these iguanas can be 5 feet long, weigh up to 25 pounds. And such big lizards falling from trees can actually injure unaware people who are not normally prepared for raining reptiles. While the sight of an iguana on the ground can seem bizarre, experts advise don't move them. Just leave them alone. They will typically recover when the temperatures rise back to about 50 degrees. Now, prolonged extreme cold can be fatal for them. One professional iguana remover, the owner of Humane Iguana Control, warns that falling iguanas can actually be dangerous. Imagine you come here early in the morning, you're walking your pets. You're not aware the iguanas up there. They can fall on the roof. They fall on your cars. Most people don't view the iguanas favorably in Florida, but they're not aggressive. They don't attack people. They don't attack your pets. So, they're looked at more as a pest than anything else. However, their droppings can contain the Salmonella bacteria. Get back to Senor Heatwave here on a Friday. Watch out for the falling iguanas.
Oh, I was exposed to iguanas there in Panama. Yeah, so of course, they weren't falling out of the trees due to the cold. Good morning, Senor, from St. Louis. Yay. Looks like it was clear but cold yesterday driving through the state of Missouri, going on up to Joliet, seeing Jake and Elwood. But on the way back, good night. They gave us a load going to St. Louis, or Salt Lake City, rather. And I guess co-driver said, look at the weather map. And I guess there's a storm there on 80, and we're kind of at the bottom and tail end of the storm. They just shut down 55 there between just north of Springfield, is my understanding. I just took over here about 45 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about seeing people on the radio. Well, I absolutely have a face for radio. Just be sure to catch me on my good side, right?
All right.
Yeah. Well, so the oh, shoot. Oops, hang on a second. That's what I get for talking instead of reading. Okay, that's what I need to get. Apparently the individual that was hit in the eye that's complaining they're blinded.
Yes.
They're not being able to see out that. Did y'all talk about that individual earlier? Because I really don't know, and I don't want to go over some stuff.
No, it hasn't come up tonight. I think somebody brought it up last evening. I mean, if you don't want to get hit with pepper balls, don't be out there protesting, doing stupid things, right?
It's a woman. That's the thing that I found out. The individual, it's a woman trying to be a guy.
Oh.
So, yeah. It's like, well, go figure, right? Jeez. And these people are getting money from, like that automotive worker, GoFundMe, and these individuals are getting money through the GoFundMe. My co-driver said he was listening to Mark Levine, and he says what the officers need to do. If these people were in any way connected to attacking the officers need to sue those individuals for their GoFundMe monies that have been raised. Now that, I think, is a pretty good idea. I mean, there's got to be accountability. You can't play around with a grenade and then get paid because the damn thing blew up in your face. No, I mean, you done danced. Now it's time to pay the piper. And I mean, I seriously, Steve, I'm getting tired of even listening to the news because I really don't think, well, like, not a whole lot of complaints about the news folks at the top and bottom of the hour, but they're not really reporting. I don't think they're really reporting half of what's out there that needs to be talked about. And Sarah Lee Kessler, she's so happy when the stocks fall. The price of stock market.
You've mentioned that before. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it?
Well, I mean, just the way she's, the other day the stocks dropped down on the main like a couple of points. The other one dropped down a couple of points, and the last one fell way down 220 points. That's Sarah Lee Kessler. You got to be kidding me. You're happy? I wonder what kind of fun she has where she has her retirement so that I can go ahead and get on that same account that she's on or, with that same brokerage and not worry about the stock markets falling with my 401k.
Hey, maybe she got her money in shorting the market.
Yeah.
You can do that. You can bet against the market, and you can make money betting against,
Right, yeah. So, and, and the news is just immortalizing, I guess is a better word. Immoralizing is something else, but immortalizing individuals like, hell, I can't think of his name now, but he was screaming, I can't breathe. Michael Brown here in St. Louis, or that other moron that died earlier that year because of, being drugged up enough where a damn horse would have died. They can't think of that individual's name, and I probably don't want to mention that individual's name, or this other, person that got shot and killed because she was trying to run over an ICE officer. Stop making them out to be the sweet angels of, like Mother Teresa or the Pope. I mean, if you're going to be, have a long laundry list of things against you and then point a gun at a pregnant woman where the barrel is pointed directly at her unborn baby, and then you get praised as a man of humanity. No. I mean, we've done seen the mural that was painted for this guy 6 months later get hit and struck by lightning. It's like, well, if that ain't a sign from the higher authorities, so to speak, you can't get any higher than God. I think you've got an issue there judging people. And this woman that was killed, well, you know what? It's a shame, but what did she do to her kids? And if she had just moved a year earlier from Missouri to Minnesota, why did she still have Missouri plates? You have a time frame to change it.
Right.
So, I think that was a damn lie, saying that they had just moved there, a year earlier. And then Texas A&M, trying to say, oh, she was a sweet young lady. She was Mother Teresa. I won't say the words, but I'll give out the call letters for what I want to tell these people. KMA stands for Kiss My. There you go. Last night I was a little fired up. Tonight I'm fired up again. When will people learn that the laws on the books are enforceable? And whatever you think or feel has no bearing. If you don't like what's on the books, get it changed.
Get it changed. That's 100%. That's it.
We got 3 individuals, representatives from New Mexico, that have signed on to impeach Kristi Noem.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's like, the hell's the matter with you people? You don't want to impeach someone that's not doing their damn job from the previous administration, Mayorkas. Oh, no, he's a good guy. We trust him when he says the borders are closed. Well, you know, he lied. That whole damn bunch ought to have been impeached for a dereliction of duty. And now you've got a president that is going out and trying to work for the American people to take care of these illegal aliens. I'm not going to say illegal immigrants because they're illegal aliens. Screw that PC policy. I'm done with it. And then you're trying to impeach someone who's actually following the law. And they're not just going after these people willy-nilly. They have them targeted. They know exactly who they're going after. They've got the laundry list in front of them saying, well, he's been convicted of these crimes. This is what he's capable of. Use extreme caution. It's not like they're going out there seeing an illegal alien grandmother and their grandkids out there and, you know, picking them off the street. Trump said he was going to get the worst of the worst first. Whether it's, you know, whether you're brown, yellow, white, black, red, I don't care. It don't matter. He's getting those people out of here. And like I said last night, Somalians, oh, you're just going after us because we're black. No. I've not seen a white Somalian. That's beside the point.
But you stole billions of dollars. Billions of dollars, yes.
Yes. And I've seen a video of a guy that's complaining because they've taken his damn luxury sports car I would like to have so I could sell it and use the profits for me. But, I mean, you know, he's like, I work here in the child care center. Now, you cannot take my car. Yes. No, because I said so. That's too damn bad. You know.
It is what it is, right?
Don't play stupid games and you won't win stupid prizes, whether it's getting your property taken away that you got illegally or, you know, with the dirty funds, or going out there and getting in people's way that are trying to enforce the laws on the books and then paying with life and limb. I'm sorry. That's your choice. Well, Senor, I've taken enough of your time for tonight. Folks, be careful out there.
Yep.
And listen.
And, you know, you're preaching to the choir with this audience anyway, as we all know. But, Kristi Noem, they're looking, I think 70 Democrats this past day joined in the vote in the House to proceed with impeachment of Kristi Noem. And it's all based on the narrative that they believe Kristi Noem lied about the shooting of Renee Good on January the 7th. Yeah, the impeachment effort not likely to pass, obviously. Hello, the Republican-controlled House. And like all other attempts, it would be an even more difficult path in the Senate, where you have to have a 2/3 majority. This is really just another waste of time and money on Capitol Hill. In a post Wednesday evening, Ed Markey, the Democrat, posted a clip which he explained why he opposes funding ICE and backs the impeachment of Kristi. He said, we can't reauthorize, reappropriate funding for ICE. We just can't do that. The funding is coming from cuts in Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, the Department of Education, the EPA. We have to draw the line, he says. And not only saying no funding for ICE, but we should begin the impeachment proceeding of Kristi Noem, who's right now actually orchestrating on the streets of our cities this vigilantism on the part of ICE agents terrorizing small cities around the country. Minneapolis paying the price right now. Illinois Democrat Robin Kelly, representative, leading the effort to impeach Kristi Noem with the support of 70 House Democrats as of Thursday. The articles introduced aim to impeach Kirsty, for number 1, obstruction of Congress, number 2, violation of public trust, and number 3, self-dealing. Kelly says Secretary Noem has brought her reign of terror to Chicago, L.A., Minneapolis, communities from north to south, east to west. Yeah, she's called my impeachment effort silly. Well, I want to tell her right now, you've violated your oath of office. There will be consequences. I'm watching you. The American people are watching you. And most of all, we're not liking what we're seeing. If you believe impeachment is silly, you're not taking your job or our Constitution seriously. This is the whacked out Looney Tunes left. Spokesperson for Homeland Security says, how silly. During a serious time, officers are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults. Representative Kelly is focused on showmanship and fundraising clicks than actually cleaning up her crime-ridden Chicago district. Maybe she'll get serious about doing her job to protect the American people, which is what Homeland Security is doing. Another statement from Homeland Security. DHS is a law enforcement agency enforcing the rule of law passed by Congress. If members don't like the law, it's quite literally their job to change it. Representative Becca Balint, Democrat from Vermont, posting, ICE misused deadly force on Nicole Renee Good, and Noem defended it with lies. I just signed legislation to impeach her. So what happens next? You don't know. It's unclear when the articles may proceed in the House. They're not likely to go anywhere given the current dynamics. Protests, of course, against ICE are going to continue in Minneapolis and all over the country, but it's just a waste of time.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, and get a quick market brief here. What's going on? Well, looks like the big banks are reporting earnings this week, and most of the stocks, one after another, have been taking a hit. Despite actually beating their earnings expectations, Bank of America shares fell nearly 4% yesterday. Reason is expectations were high and Some investors may be concerned about the president's plan to cap credit card interest at 10%. All right, last week we talked about the U.S. trade deficit hitting its lowest point in more than 10 years. And now China's trade surplus is hitting new all-time highs. Now, what does that mean? That means China exported more goods last year than ever before, despite new tariffs. How's that working out? All right, the U.S. dollar and bonds fell as investors started to worry about rising global tensions on the reports that the president of the White House talk about Iran. Some investors rushing into safety trades like gold and silver. Jamie Dimon's inflation warning. Consumers are starting to feel a little better about inflation. But apparently J.P. Morgan's Jamie Dimon's actually getting worried. He says the government's attack on Fed Chair Powell could push inflation higher. I guess Jamie Dimon thinks anything that happens that damages the Fed's independence from the government could end up driving prices higher. Then you've got James Fishback, a candidate for governor in Florida, proposing a new tax idea. A 50% tax on earnings from creating adult content. Interesting. We've got to get a news break as we roll up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Articles of impeachment against Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem have been filed by a member of Congress.
Illinois Democratic Congresswoman Robin Kelly cited the secretary's handling of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. She also alleged that Noem denied members of Congress oversight of ICE detention facilities. Kelly's impeachment articles also accused Noem of violating public trust and abusing her power for personal benefit. The lawmaker said the measure has the support of almost 70 members of Congress, and she expects more to sign on. I'm Mark Neafield.
President Trump met at at the White House with Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, a Nobel Peace Prize winner who opposes Nicolas Maduro's regime. The White House says the talks focused on Venezuela's future. Trump has not yet changed his stance on backing her as the country's leader, noting she lacks widespread support. Machado's visit highlights ongoing U.S. engagement amid political transition in Venezuela. A crew from the International Space Station returned to Earth ahead of schedule because of a sick astronaut.
NASA says the U.S., Japanese, Russian personnel from the SpaceX Crew 11 mission splashed down safely off the coast of San Diego early this morning. It was the first time in the 25-year history of the space station a mission was cut short due to a medical issue. NASA has not shared details about the sick crew member because of medical privacy, but says the astronaut's in stable condition. John Summers, USA Radio News.
GoFundMe donations for suspended Ford employee TJ Sabula have reached more than $800,000.
Sabula was suspended after he heckled President Trump Tuesday at the Ford River Rouge plant in Michigan, yelling, quote, pedophile protector, leading Trump to mouth an expletive at him and flip him off twice with his middle finger. Sabula is being paid while suspended. Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Detroit calls Sabula a national hero and says Trump is protecting pedophiles. She called for the Epstein files to be fully released. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Trade schools in Virginia are getting more popular over traditional college.
The company Resume Builder says almost half of all Gen Z students are in school for a skilled trade or blue-collar job. And officials with Tidewater Community College say their dual enrollment program, which includes welding, is currently maxed out at 40 students. They say normally they get about 7 students. The college says they're seeing an increase in demand for programs that teach HVAC repair and automotive, as students can save a lot of money not going the traditional route of college and student loans. Skilled trade graduates can often begin their careers working in the field they study, versus traditional college grads who often take jobs not in their field. I'm Rosie Rivera.
Federal prosecutors have charged about 20 people in a sweeping point-shaving and game-fixing scheme that allegedly involved more than 39 NCAA Division I men's basketball players on at least 17 teams. Authorities say fixers bribed players to underperform so gamblers could profit, affecting more than 24 games and prompting concerns about the integrity of college sports. Lumen Field has been wired with seismometers to record energy generated by the fans during the Seahawks game against the 49ers on Saturday.
The Pacific Northwest Seismic Networks installed 6 seismic sensors to measure fan-generated ground motion. The scientists expect the fans will generate measurable seismic energy. It'll turn Lumen Field into a science experiment, and you'll be able to watch real-time streams of the seismograms during the game. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, indeed, got us a Friday coming on here, 16th day of January. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Speaking of the West Coast, took a little shake, rattle, and roll. A couple of hours ago, a 6.0 magnitude quake occurred about 200 miles off the southern Oregon coastline. It was not on the Cascadia subduction zone, which they say the big one will come from here. It was on the usual Blanco fracture zone. That's the west-northwest to east-southeast trending line of earthquakes. This is where two plates on the Earth's surface are located, and because the plates slide past each other, rather than going over and under, there was very little, say, upward, downward movement. There was no tsunami warning issued. Reports say some folks in, looks like it was like almost due west of Eugene, Oregon. Folks, they're saying that they didn't much feel anything. So, now a couple hours later, at a 5.2 magnitude quake right off the coast of Honduras there. Kind of an action-packed time frame. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. In Florida, a new bill filed by Florida legislators would serve as a deterrent for any illegal immigrants trying to enter the state if it passes. The bill package. On the Senate side, it's Senate Bill 1380, the House Bill 1307, filed by Senator Jonathan Martin and Representative Bernie Jacques earlier this week, a couple days ago. The bill package would include the following legislation. Prohibits all commercial driving license, pre-licensing instruction, testing, and licensing procedures to be given in no other language than English. It removes illegal aliens as covered employees in the workers' compensation statute. It forces any company that hires illegal aliens to pay out of pocket for any injuries. It requires companies to use E-Verify to submit a workers' compensation claim. It prohibits illegal aliens from receiving any license issued by the Department of Financial Services. It stops illegal alien IDs from being used to create bank accounts with a state-chartered financial institution and for cashier's checks. It bans illegal aliens from benefiting from down payment assistance programs and silent second home mortgage programs. It forces illegal immigrants' insurance companies to accept fault if an illegal immigrant is involved in a car accident in Florida. So, in other words, It's pretty much if you're an illegal alien and you actually have car insurance, you are automatically at fault if you're involved in an accident. We have to continue the fight against illegal immigration, put an end to the harm that's come to the law-abiding citizens at the hands of illegal immigrants who should have never been in our country in the first place, according to Florida's chief financial officer, who was involved in this proposal. With this legislation, we will build on Florida's strong stance against illegal immigration. We will create even more deterrence for illegals trying to enter our state. Yeah, there's a lot in that package of legislation, though. I think that would be, yes, a big time deterrent for illegals wanting to move to Florida. Okay, where are we at? 844-3388. Well, speaking of Florida, lo and behold, there's Philip. What's happening?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Doing all right.
About 33 degrees down here right now where I'm at.
Burn.
Yeah, I had to sit there for about 10, 15 minutes to get the old Honda warmed up. I drive it on the store days, and she didn't want to roll this morning. She's just making all kinds of noise. She didn't like this cold weather. So.
Right.
But we're going at it right now. So,
do you actually do people down there actually have winter weather attire, like heavy winter coats and things like that?
Yeah, believe it or not, yes, people do have it down here. Some people do have it down here. We don't have the Carhartts and the walls and that kind of stuff like y'all have up north, but I do. I have some of it because I used to live in Chicago. But we have some people down here that do have sense. Believe it or not, that do have a coat at the house. You'll see a lot of flannels down here when this kind of situation happens.
Yeah.
But we still got that person that, it's 33 degrees outside. We got shorts on.
Yep.
They can't let up wearing them shorts, Well, I'll tell you what, I don't care what my legs look like or any of that other mess. When it's cold out, I got my pants on. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is, It's kind of funny, Steve. Everybody thinks everybody in Florida is all suntanned and buffed up and all this other stuff. The real Floridians down here, they actually have the whitest legs you ever see in the world. I mean, they are so light, the colors. It isn't funny because they wear pants all the time to protect themselves from the sun because the sun will eat you up down here. So, but it's just real funny how people, everybody thinks you come to Florida, you got to have that tan and you're buff and all this, look like something off of a Baywatch or something, and it isn't that way. It's just funny to me. The real Floridians, they cover up. We don't wear shorts all the time. I didn't really start wearing shorts. I've been married to my wife 37 years. I didn't really start wearing shorts until I met my wife. Before that, it was all, you cover it up because you didn't want to get skin cancer, excuse me. So, that's just the way it is. Yep. But I see the astronauts made it back all right. They got them taken care of. They're in a hospital in San Diego. So I think they'll check them out today. All four went to the hospital. I don't know if you heard or not. But we got another cold snap coming in after this. I guess it's on Sunday. I don't know if y'all are going to have that. But
yeah, we're supposed to. I mean, we're actually warming up a few degrees here, like Friday, Saturday, but then Sunday into Monday, Tuesday, our overnight lows dropping close to zero, and we're 20 below wind chills coming our way.
Yeah, we're supposed to have some rain, I guess, Saturday into Sunday, and then it's going to drop again. It's not going to drop as bad as it is right now. They said this is the coldest weather we've had since 2022.
Wow.
That's what they were saying last night on the news channel.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I heard a article yesterday on one of the local television channels. It just goes to show you how things are. And, when you make a deal with somebody, you got to be careful with contracts and whatnot. This couple was out of Raleigh-Durham area in North Carolina. They met down here, and they decided they wanted to get married down here in Florida. So they went to a banquet hall, and, you know how people rent the banquet hall for their wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And So they spent about $18,000, setting up their wedding, banquet hall, catering, all that stuff. Well, anyway, in November, the groom, passed away. So his fiance, she had to go through and get with all these, different folks and cancel the stuff and, and trying to comp back some of their money, because, he passed away. Well, everybody gave back her money. When she explained the situation, give the money back. But there was one corporation or business, whatever you want to call it, that didn't, and that was the banquet hall. And she spent almost $8,000 at that banquet hall. That's what the deposit was, just to hold it. But they wouldn't give her back her deposit. Well, they looked on her contract, and it was the way the contract was set up that, I guess this banquet hall had been through this before with deaths and different things going on. So they set their policy to where that's a non-refundable deposit. So, make a long story short, she went out to she set a GoFundMe up because she had to recomp some of this money.
Yeah.
Well, guess who contributed to the GoFundMe? And it was for this I think it was like $7,600 or something like that she paid. One of the owners of the banquet hall, out of sympathy, donated a little bit of money to her cause. Now, that just didn't make sense to me. What do you think, Steve? I mean, the lady lost her future husband. Come on, give them their money back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's
and it was just a weird story on and the thing about it is it's about contracts. When you set up a contract, that's business. Business is business. But I just thought it to be a little odd story. That and this lady, she's comped back probably with her GoFundMe. She's pumped back about half of that $7,600 that she lost, and so hopefully she can get the rest of it back from them. But I thought it was quite odd that the owner of the establishment actually contributed to her GoFundMe to get the money back that he could probably let go and get right back to her. It was just funny. One of them deals. You were talking about the iguanas earlier. We don't have none of them iguanas up here where I live at. It's too cold. We got chameleons and them little lizards that run around the house type thing, but we don't have none of the big iguanas. That's all South Florida there. You're talking like Fort Lauderdale and south when you're talking to iguanas. It's everybody thinks Florida's all the same, when they hear these goofy stories.
Yeah.
And Florida's different. You got Miami, that's the sun and fun down on the south side, and then you got, every place in Florida is different. And the further north you go, with this cold front coming through, our folks up there in or South Georgia and North Florida, like Pensacola, they're going to get a little bit of white stuff, but it ain't going to be not to much. Not as much as they had last year. I don't know if you remember that last year when they had that little spell back in last winter with that snowfall up there. Got like 4 inches of snow in Pensacola. But it's going to be, South Georgia's going to get snow. There's going to be a little bit in the Panhandle, but probably I would venture to say a Rambler might have something going on over there. I don't think it'll be nothing crazy, but did you see anything about the Alabama area?
I'm seeing parts of southern Alabama, southern Georgia, then up into the Carolinas that would all potentially see some snow.
Yeah, and everybody thinks Florida is all sun and fun. It makes me kind of snicker when I see this. These people talking all this about Florida. Everybody thinks they've got a gator sitting right outside the house. When you open the door, there's a gator outside the house. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
Same way with the snakes and all that. The big thing with Florida, and the reason Florida isn't that way anymore as much, is because of all the development we've had down here, all these houses and all this, cities growing and whatnot. It's ran all the animals off, and that's why we don't have a lot. I'm surprised Miami has as much as it does, because you get in the center of Miami, it's just as bad as Orlando or Tampa. It's just, it's a big city that it runs all the animals off. and they go to where they can, to another environment, and that's pretty much what's happened down here. But if you do want to see a bear, we do have bears over here in Florida. We've got black bears over here real close to where I'm at. And also the manatees. Everybody's going to go and look at the manatees today because they're all huddled up over there at Blue Springs, not too far from where I live at. They got 250 of them right now in the springs that are all huddled up, keeping warm in the water. These cold days, they always got to go to manatee watch over at Blue Springs. So that's all I got today, buddy. I wanted to chime in with this cold. And y'all have a safe one.
All right. Stay warm there. Stay warm in Florida.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Well, here we were right about this time a week ago, anxiously anticipating, speculating, I guess you'd say, that the Supreme Court was going to be issuing rulings, and everybody expected the issue of the tariffs to be forthcoming. Well, it turned out on Friday that was not one of the rulings handed down. So we move forward this week, Wednesday. It's the Supreme Court issuing additional rulings. Turns out the closely watched tariff case, it was not amongst them Wednesday. Yeah, the court again held off releasing their decision. Now, some are saying this, in their eyes, increases the likelihood that the president will come out on top. The High Court has indicated they're acting in an expedited manner in this case because of the massive economic stakes. But the justices don't typically give hints about exactly when a particular opinion is going to be issued. Investors, importers, others who had braced for the ruling Wednesday, disappointed once again, just as they were last Friday, as the tariffs have been pushing prices higher in some cases. This guy embarked on a mission to avoid them altogether, but is it possible to tariff-proof your life by buying products only made in the USA? what we discovered, some analysts have said it's a good omen for the president if the Supreme Court keeps holding off on releasing their decision. It's possible there's significant debate among the justices rather than a widespread view that the lower courts were correct to rule in favor of the importers that are challenging a wide swath of the tariffs. We agree that a long wait for the tariff decision is probably a better sign for the Trump administration versus the importers. It's not a guarantee of an outcome, according to a trade attorney with the law firm Clark Hill. An email to MarketWatch after Wednesday's rulings came down, she added that the court watchers are not in long wait territory yet, given the court's track record and the fact that they heard oral arguments in the case just 2 months ago. But November to January is lightning speed for the court to hear and publish a major opinion. As the wait continues, we suspect the justices are navigating and fine-tuning a majority opinion, in addition to one or more dissents or concurrences. On the betting market, Kalshi recently was putting the likelihood of a Trump win in the tariff case at 35%, up from as low as 22% just before the Supreme Court issued its opinions for the day without releasing one addressing the tariffs. Polymarket, putting the president's chance for a victory up now to 33% from what was 21% on Wednesday morning. It is possible Chief Justice John Roberts and his colleagues are taking time to address the issue of tariff refunds. Analysts had been anticipating scenarios in which the court rules against the tariffs, which would indeed call for big refunds to importers, along with outcomes in which refunds are not required. But the longer wait suggests the justices are debating the scope of the remedy. They may be trying to find a middle ground, maybe invalidating the tariffs, but limiting refunds to prospective relief only, not to past tariffs collected. The longer the tariffs remain in place, the more catastrophic a retroactive refund would become for the U.S. Treasury. Now, they're also expecting, they say, multiple opinions in the case, with potentially a very bare majority opinion, with some justices only joining some parts of the majority. No word at this point. I don't think they've got a date on the calendar for additional opinions to be coming down after Wednesday's rulings. So rather interesting. All right, we'll get our news break just ahead here. Coming up, we'll get to Plowboy this Friday morning. Yeah, the right-wing nut and Eagle looks to rejoin us once again as we get set for the weekend. All right, back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Florida Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia used a Winter Haven event to criticize anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis and called on Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey to resign, saying their leadership has failed amid unrest.
He is creating an environment where residents now think it's okay to attack law enforcement.
Ingoglia also distributed over $1 million in state funding to law enforcement agencies cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. A federal watchdog told lawmakers the Department of Veterans Affairs still uses disability rating criteria from 1945, now over 80 years out of date, risking inaccurate compensation for millions of veterans. Lawyers pressed the VA to update both medical and earnings loss data to reflect modern medicine and today's job market. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, breaking news out of Virginia. I'm not real familiar with my Virginia landscape. Emporia, Virginia, where they say the closed Georgia Pacific plywood plant engulfed in flames Thursday night. Massive fire broke out at the shuttered Georgia Pacific plywood plant. Details limited at this time, but the Greensville Volunteer Fire Department tells News 8 that a little after, 8 o'clock in the past evening, the entire plant was engulfed. Yes, several fire departments at the scene battling the blaze. There are some drone video coming out showing just how large the fire is and how much damage it's been done. It also shows multiple brush fires that have cropped up near the plant near U.S. Highway 58. We're working to learn more about this. All right, I guess you said fire crews were in what they call defensive mode due to the intensity and the heat of the fire, I guess. So, all right, let me get to the right-wing nut on a Friday.
Yes. Just went through a community there in M.O. State. Said it was Wright City, W-R-I-G-H-T. Yes, I guess them good folks over there heard about me and decided to name the town after me. So I'll be expecting the key to the town here next couple of days or weeks, months, years.
Uh-huh.
Hell, who knows?
Hold your breath.
Yeah. Well, that fella from Florida, that sounds like my kind of guy. Because I got the body that Floridians like. Neon white legs, pot-bellied, bald on top. The only thing I got that's tan is the farmer's tan. So hell, I'd fit right in. Yeah. Well, I'm going to talk about that radish salad. That congresswoman from up there in Michigan. What was that name again? Radish Tlaib.
Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah, radish salad, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know. That last time I seen a mouth on that, like that, what she got on her mug, I seen that on a channel cat. Just as big and just as ugly. I tell you what, feelings. Oh, they feel bad for the guy, and he's a national hero. Well, I wonder how much money I would get if I went up there and told her what I thought of her and her idiotic ideas. Would I be considered a hero? You know, I think Trump ought to go ahead and sue the guy for all that money that he's getting. What do they call that? Libel libelous or whatever that other word is.
Slander,
yeah.
Slander, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, that probably wouldn't look good, but I mean, it would be right. So anyways, well, I'm going to sign off here with a few words of wisdom. If you can't blow it, pick it. Have a good night, sir.
Thanks for the advice there. The right-wing nut. Emphasis added on nut. All right. Hello, Gary. 17 degrees southwest Ohio at this hour. Morning to Roki. On this date, January 16, 1977. I remember. The first of 3 consecutive days, all-time record-breaking low temperatures in our hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio. January 16th, minus 21. That's not wind chill. That's actual air temperature. January 17, minus 24. January 18, minus 25. Was that not the winter that we actually had the Ohio River froze over? Isn't that it? There's his next statement. The extreme persistent cold, yes, caused the Ohio River to freeze solid from shore to shore with ice anywhere from 8 to 12 inches thick, allowing people to walk across the river from the Ohio riverfront side in Cincinnati to Covington, Kentucky. And I do recall with myself, my grandfather, 2 uncles that took us down to, because it was a kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience. went down to the river. We didn't walk across the river. It was 25 below zero. It's too damn cold. We wanted to experience it, all bundled up like we were. But the ice, the river, it was nothing like you'd see like smooth ice on a lake or something that freezes over. There were, just massive chunks and very difficult to walk on. You didn't want to fall on it. But we did get to walk out a ways on to the Ohio River. Once in a life. Hasn't happened in my lifetime since. I don't anticipate it will happen again. We shall see. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Rick in Columbus, up and at 'em, getting your day started there, coffee up. Okay, let me see. Eagle, I believe, back with us. Well, you had some thoughts on, who was it, Whoopi Goldberg? What you got going on, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they back at it, Steve. We got a new year, and you would think that these people would have a new attitude. A lot of people how people say that they're gonna change their life for the new year and do some different things, but apparently the View don't see it that way. It's the same old rhetoric, the same old left-wing rhetoric on their show in 26. I was hoping they would discontinue that show. But they continue with the same old garbage, Steve. Whoopi, and this, especially the one from New York, Joe Bear, they continue saying that Trump is a dictator, a communist, a guy that's running the U.S. the wrong way, the way he went into Venezuela. They're unhappy with that. They don't like the way this ICE is going on. They don't like nothing that this guy does. Basically, like you said, it's the same old deal with these people, bad-mouthing him on the show every day, taking up for these illegal people in the country, saying that basically saying that the murdered this woman, and people hear these things, and that's why there's so much hatred for the ICE people, Steve, is because of what they hear on television and with these TV personalities calling these guys what's that word they always call them, Nazis and any other word they could think of, and these guys are only doing their job to get these people out. And so here's who these people ought to be mad at, Steve. I thought about this today, and that's Joe Biden. All these liberals and stuff, that's who they need to be mad at. Biden's the one who let them in, and Kamala Harris, the so-called border czar. That's who they need to be upset with, because now, like I said, Trump is doing what he made the American people a promise to do, was to get these people out. And that's exactly what he's doing. It would be a whole lot easier, Steve, just like the woman said, Kristi Noem said, Donald Trump didn't have no problems when he went to Florida and when he came to Texas, because the governor was working with him to open up the jails and the other facilities to let them get the bad people out. This fat boy up there in Minnesota is actually letting the criminals out onto the streets. Like these Venezuelan guys that literally they won't tell you that part, Steve, about the story about him beating the officer with a shovel, 3-on-1. They said it was
right. Yes.
On this ice storm. 3 people on one man. They tried to kill this individual. But this is the type of people that what's his mayor says that he wants them to be a part of his society in Minnesota. It's just amazing that these people can be this dumb and stupid to want these type of individuals on these streets of Minnesota. And because these people, the illegal, all the money they don't store, that's the biggest insult, the slap in the face. What you've been talking about, Steve, these people are literally going through the airport with briefcases full of money.
Right.
They talking, it could be $9 billion maybe even more than that these people have stolen. And, I've seen that, over the years, Steve, it's not just with the Somalis, it's with the Russians. They come to the U.S. and want to open up trucking companies and do dirty business. They want to run their trucks illegally. They don't want to get the proper paperwork. It's not just all these illegals. Foreigners want to come to the U.S. and use us, just like a piece of garbage and throw us away. And they don't see nothing wrong with it. They actually think that they're doing nothing wrong by stealing money and stealing resources from the U.S. and American people. And it's time for it to stop. It's been time. Now we got a man that's actually going to do that, Steve. Trump is actually going to put a stop to these people, and that's why there's so many people upset and mad about it. But who cares if they get mad? I'm happy with what Trump is doing. The ICE people, I wish they couldn't be, aggressive, but they have no choice but to get aggressive when people are fighting with them and throwing things and blocking streets and doing all kind of things to stop them from doing their job. So yes, sometimes it does get aggressive and with the situation, but that's what they got to do because, like that's what the people voted for. Just like Donald Trump said, American people voted to get these people out, and that's what Trump is doing. Unfortunately, it's taking a little bit longer than what they thought it would take, but he's slowly but surely doing that. And here's the bad part about it, Steve, is that I don't know if you listened to the news conference that this Donald Trump's spokesman had today. There was another bogus guy that some guy got into the press conference and asked her a question. He was nothing but a leftist, and she called him out. She said that that's all you are is a leftist, and that he's still speaking that same garbage. How he got into that press conference trying to interrupt it and cause problems. And these are the same people that live in the USA, but they don't want to go nowhere else. They want to continue talking the same old thing, saying that this guy murdered the woman a week ago, and this guy they say that he has internal injuries from getting hit by that vehicle.
Yep.
And plus, if anybody here, let me say this right quick, Steve. Anybody that thinks that these ICE people are not doing a dangerous job, all you got to do is go look at that same guy, the same guy that these people are calling a murder a couple of weeks before that. This incident with this woman, you can literally see the guy get dragged down the street by the door handle of a car because one of these individuals decided to pull off when he was trying to make an arrest. And there's also, and speaking of this, Steve, there's a video out now in Texas. They had the same incident with some illegal people. I seen that today at a Walmart shopping store, and they blocked the car in, and he tried to drive over two cars.
Yep.
He pulled forward, hit the car in front of him, and then he backed up and hit the car in back of him. This is what these ICE people have to go through on a daily basis, worrying about somebody trying to run them over because the individual doesn't want to cooperate with the arrest. And believe me, Steve, that guy, he could have easily got shot. We could have another situation like they have in Minnesota if those cops, I'm glad they didn't shoot the man because they easily could have shot that driver of that car in San Antonio, Texas, and then they'd probably be raising hell in San Antonio tonight just like they're doing in Minnesota. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a great night, good weekend, and we'll talk with you next week.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Well, we had a member of Congress's first ever trucking caucus that was just recently created, touting bills for English proficiency and under the age of 21 truck drivers during her testimony at the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee hearing this week. Representative Harriet Hagman of Wyoming, using her 5 minutes to garner support for Connors Law and the Route Act. Two bills that have significant interest to the trucking industry. Back in May of last year, Hagman became a co-sponsor of Connors Law that would ensure truck drivers can read and speak English before receiving a CDL. Introduced by Dave Taylor of Ohio. The bill would essentially codify into law President Trump's executive order requiring CDL holders to communicate English well enough to operate safely. Hagman told the committee, ensuring we are limiting the issuance of CDLs to individuals who are properly vetted, trained, and prepared to respond in high-risk situations critical to maintaining safety on the highways. One such prerequisite that should always remain uniform among CDL holders is the ability to be proficient in the English language. Being able to read, write, and speak proficiently is a fundamental safety matter. Now, she said it's important that the executive order is made into law to ensure a future administration can't ignore this long-standing regulation. Connors Law refers to Connor Zion, who died at the age of 18 in a crash involving a tractor-trailer. A separate accident causing Zion to be stuck in traffic for about an hour when a truck driver ultimately crashed into a line of stopped vehicles. The driver, unable to read English, reportedly passed signs that were set up by law enforcement warning of the crash ahead. As of this past day, Connors Law has 18 co-sponsors. She then went on to speak about the Route Act. In December, she introduced the Route Act, which would allow under 21-year-old truck drivers to gain experience in the industry without placing them in dangerous situations thousands of miles from home. It's called the Route Act, which is short for the Responsible Opportunity for Under 21 Trucking Engagement Act, that would allow drivers under the age of 21 to operate interstate, in other words, cross state lines, but have to be within a 150-mile air radius of their normal working location. Current CDL regulations, as we know, 18 to 20-year-olds can only operate in intrastate, inside the state lines. Yeah, which is kind of crazy when you live in a zone where you've got 3 states that are all encompassed in the circle around the city. a driver hired to work in the state of Indiana couldn't even use the loop around our city to cross into Ohio and then into Kentucky, which, I mean, that's less than 100 miles. Critics of the current regulation point to the fact 18-year-olds can operate. You can drive hundreds of miles from Houston to San Antonio to Dallas, but you're unable to drive 10 miles if you're crossing a state line, which I get that. OOIDA says we support the Route Act. It's common sense, a common sense way to allow young drivers to gain some experience without having, say, a teenage driver, a 19-year-old from Florida, that finds themselves operating a commercial vehicle in the mountains of Colorado in the wintertime. A disaster waiting to happen. So, the Trucking Caucus, if you had not caught that yet, Taylor and Hegman helped launch the first ever Trucking Caucus last month, joined on the bipartisan Trucking Caucus by Representatives Shomari Figures of Alabama, Pat Harrigan of North Carolina, Mary Miller of Illinois. The lawmakers said they hope to use this platform to improve highway safety and provide support to the nation's truck drivers. There was actually another member of the Trucking Caucus, keep calling it Congress, the Trucking Caucus. What's his name? He passed away unexpectedly about a week ago. He was a friend of the trucking industry as well. All right, about a minute before a news break. Coming up, who we got? Vic is on board. Pappy, the anonymous hippopotamus, back as we get set for the weekend. Missouri, real quick, the latest state to address truck parking and inviting the public to learn and talk about the project. When it comes to solving the parking crisis in trucking, it's really up to state and local governments. Federal dollars can get the ball rolling, but state DOTs have to have a plan to apply those funds. Several states have been doing that in recent years. Indiana plans on adding more than 1,200 parking spaces. Pennsylvania has made the same commitment. Meanwhile, in Ohio, officials want to create at least 1,400 more spaces. Missouri is now back in the conversation. Truck parking along the I-70 corridor could be a challenge. The DOT's Improve I-70 program hopes to fix that, taking advantage of nearly $30 million in federal grant funds. They're working to expand truck parking along I-70. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hope your week's going well. Weekend's almost here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind and they're somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the killing in Iran is stopping.
Wednesday at the White House, the president said he had just heard on good authority that Iran won't hold executions, presumably against anti-government protesters.
I'm sure if that happens, we'll all be very upset.
Trump would not elaborate on the information or where it came from. The president has warned Iran the U.S. is looking at options, possibly using the military or intervening in the crackdown of anti-government protests, and stands ready to help. Human rights activists say over 2,500 people have been killed by Iranian authorities in the crackdown against the massive protests sweeping the country. I'm Mark Mayfield.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is pushing for legislation that would permit New Yorkers to sue ICE agents if their rights are violated.
While mentioning the recent deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis, Hochul says New Yorkers are living in fear.
Instead of working in their businesses and supporting their families, they're in hiding.
She's pushing for a new law that would allow New Yorkers to sue ICE agents.
If ICE crosses the line and denies the constitutional rights of our residents, people should be able to hold them accountable.
Hochul's proposing that ICE agents should not be allowed in sensitive places without an order signed by a judge. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security tells the New York Times Hochul's trying to smear law enforcement who are enforcing the law by removing violent criminals. Scott Pringle, New York.
An appeals court is reopening the possibility for the government to detain Palestinian activist and former Columbia University student Muhammad Khalil.
The White House has been seeking to deport Khalil, who is a legal permanent U.S. resident. The federal appeals panel ruled Thursday that a lower court did not have the authority to order Khalil to be released from an immigration jail in June, putting him on track to be deported. Khalil was detained by ICE last March as President Trump pushed for the removal of pro-Palestinian activists in the country on student visas. He was held in Louisiana for more than 3 months before a judge ordered he be released. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Authorities in Utah arrested a suspect in a deadly shooting outside a Latter-day Saints church in Salt Lake City last week.
The incident occurred in a church parking lot as people were leaving a funeral, killing 2, injuring 6 others. Police took 32-year-old Ryan Daniel Tutai into custody on a charge of obstruction of justice, saying eyewitness video placed him at the scene and linked him to a blue Dodgers hat left behind. Tutai says he was attending the funeral and went outside only after hearing gunfire. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Last week's unemployment numbers came in better than expected. The Labor Department reports 198,000 Americans filed new claims for benefits. That's for the week ending January 10th, which is down 9,000 from the prior week. The NYPD are now on a Pokemon search of their own after a brazen armed robbery in Manhattan.
A call to police Wednesday night from a shop in the meatpacking district. 3 men with a gun and hammers robbing the PokeCourt Pokemon shop on 13th Street. Channel 7 reports more than 40 customers were there as it happened. They say the trio was in and out in 3 minutes and made off with more than $100,000 in merchandise. As for those 3 robbers, police now gotta catch them all.
Pikachu, Pikachu.
Andrew Whitman, New York.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped?
If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, did you catch the word on the leaker in the media? Kind of unusual. The FBI actually raided a Washington Post reporter's home in connection with an alleged leaker. Trump administration revealed that a government contractor leaked information about the military operation in Venezuela earlier in the month. There could be some others. We'll let you know about that. But we're hot on their trail. The Washington Post reported on Wednesday the FBI searched the home of one of the reporters. Part of an investigation into Aurelio Perez Lagones. Lagones is a Maryland resident who was working as a systems engineer and information technology specialist for a government contracting company when federal authorities arrested him. He has maintained top secret security clearance since at least the year 2000. Prosecutors accused Lagones of printing screenshots of a top secret report, as well as writing classified information on a notepad and taking the sheets of paper home. When authorities searched his home last week, they allegedly found multiple documents that were marked as secret, including a document found in his lunchbox. The criminal complaint claims those documents were related to national defense. They did not specify details such as whether that information pertained to the U.S. recent operation in Venezuela. But FBI Director Kash Patel shared a statement about the recent arrest of the leaker and that individual's ties to the Washington Post. He writes, this morning the FBI and partners executed a search warrant of an individual at the Washington Post who was found to allegedly be obtaining and reporting classified, sensitive military information from a government contractor, endangering our warfighters, compromising America's national security. During an interview, Attorney General Pam Bondi described the leaker as an IT contractor who'd been working with the Department of War, allegedly leaked information related to a foreign adversary. President Trump also addressed news about the alleged leak, describing the suspect as, quote, the leaker on Venezuela. Very bad leaker. Yeah, there could be some others. We'll let you know about that, but we're hot on their trail, he says. Adding the alleged leaker would probably be in jail for a long time. Trump officials confirmed the suspected leaker indeed is in custody. But, all right. Morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve? Hold on just a sec. All right. Yeah, man, I might have mentioned this before on your show, Steve, but you had to mention it, so I'm going to mention it again. Walking on the Ohio River.
Yes.
Oh, man. Steve, we were at a Colerain High School basketball game. And not that I support underage consumption of alcohol, but at the time, we were drinking some Skull Busters. I'll just put it that way. All right.
Probably Little Kings.
Yes, sir. Little Killers. And we got down there, man. We wanted to walk on that river, right? There's some people down there now. It's probably about 11, 12 o'clock at night. There's quite a few people down there. Out we went on that river, man. And, Steve, I got out about 50 feet, man. And it started cracking. I don't know if it was just the water going underneath or what the deal was. Well, it sobered me up real quick. I turned around. I went back to the Ohio side.
Right.
Two guys I was with, they kept on going. They went over and touched the other side and came back.
Wow.
Yeah, that was 77, 78, whenever that froze over.
Yes.
Both years, I don't know.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
But, man, temperatures were just...
brutal.
Brutal, man. Steve, they actually shut down. I think this was my senior. I can't remember exactly. I think it was 78. It was so cold. And wasn't there an oil shortage, too? I think they were claiming because the bridge, the river was froze over. They couldn't get no barges up and down.
Correct. Yes.
They shut down Colerain High School for a month. Maybe a few weeks. It might not have been quite a month, but it was definitely 2 or 3 weeks. When we ended up going back to school, we went to Northwest High School. Northwest High School went to school from like 8 to noon, and we went to school from like 1 to 4 or 1 to 5 or something. So we had the afternoon gig, right?
Right.
Steve, you want to talk about a partying winter. It was like summertime, brother. First of all, we were off for 2 or 3 weeks, and then we didn't have to be at school until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I think some of the neurons are probably not functioning in my brain due to that winter. All right, bud. That's all I got, man.
Yeah, party time in the winter of 77.
Off the weekend, so weather can do what it wants. Appreciate you taking the call, Steve. We'll talk at you next week.
Have an extra set of long johns when you go out next week. Monday, Tuesday, supposed to be some of the coldest days. Yeah, I think we're looking at definitely sub-zero wind chills, 20 below in some cases. Wow. On to, Vic joins us this morning. What's going on, Vic?
Oh, not a whole lot of anything in my world, except my IU grandson that thought he was going to get to just watch the game when he went to the Rose Bowl. He got to watch the game from the sidelines as he's passing out Gatorade, and after he had unloaded the equipment semi and then had to reload it back. I think he said he got back to the hotel 5 hours after the game was over, and now he's down there in Miami, and he knows what he's facing this this go around when he said that IU was just going to pay for them to go out there and watch the game from the stands. It's like, okay. But I didn't think that IU was that generous. But that's kind of a side. But these people in Congress, I really have to wonder, do they not know exactly what their role is and what the laws of this country is? They're talking about impeaching Kristi Noem for doing her job. Now, I mean, if they would go back and look at the authorization for Homeland Security and what they were supposed to do and compare Kristi Noem's job or performance to that Mayorkas character, I believe they'd find out they're trying to impeach the wrong person, because basically Kristi Noem is trying to clean up what Mayorkas left her.
Right.
And considering that we still don't have a budget, we're still operating under some sort of a continuing resolution. If that's the best use they can find, they should just go home, because they know that the impeachment of Kristi Noem, well, it won't go anywhere, but they'll get their brownie points with people, I guess, that they think they have to satisfy. But the seriousness of this is, do they not understand that with all this immigration and everything else going on, that and the Venezuelan deal and the Iran deal, do they not understand what a fifth column movement is? Do they know for sure that all this trouble that ICE is having is just people upset that they might have to go home? Or are there sinister characters operating to try to, I guess you'd say, deflect the ability of the United States to honor their worldwide obligations? I mean, it just amazes me to no end. I don't know where these people coming from that are in Congress, and they're actually hostile to this country. So there isn't a law right now to where you can actually get rid of the people in Congress other than voting them out. And a lot of them are in safe districts, so that isn't going to happen. But they calling Kristi Noem and ICE what ICE is doing. ICE is enforcing the law. That's not vigilantism. That's people going out and kind of warping the law a little bit. They're doing something that might be considered a legal occupation. You know, I sent you that deal there. I think I sent you that article where you have these child predator vigilantes, and yes, it is a good service if it's done in the right way, but a lot of them are extending it too far, and they're trying to get over into law enforcement territory rather than just, you know, observing what's going on and notifying law enforcement. So whenever they can't even understand the difference between legal, lawful function and vigilantism, it just amazes me of some of the people that we have running this country administratively and also legislative. You know, that one admiral, whatever it was, captain in the Navy, that I think he's suing somebody for defamation of character. Pete Hegseth, he's in some sort of a legal battle with Pete Hegseth. I can't believe that anybody that was at the rank of his rank didn't understand. I know he's taking classes on brainwashing. Brainwashing starts by planting a doubt in people's minds. And, I mean, it just, for him to come out and say, you know, you can't, you don't have to follow an illegal order. Well, everybody knows that. You get that training from go to boot camp on. So I don't know why they're wasting time on some of this stuff, because you've seen the power of the economic warfare over there in Iran. When they started getting after those mullahs' money, they all started running and trying to get money out of the country. So, you know, we need to get, the reason I say that, is this can impact us negatively by importing all these illegals and supporting them. And in agriculture, if you import an illegal alien, you actually have to provide housing. It's cheap for the employer. It's not cheap for the American taxpayer, because if you have a legal migrant on your property and employing them, you have to furnish them housing in agriculture on that one, as they go from place to place. And you look at the amount of money that we spend to subsidize American employers employing even the legal workers. It's like, well, why don't you just employ somebody? They always say, well, we can't find anybody and all this other stuff, which I just kind of, I don't know, maybe not, but I know there are a lot of teenagers out there that are more than happy to earn some extra money. They're not all, I guess, just work brillas, we used to call them. Mm-hmm. So I just don't, I don't buy the argument. It's no, the multi-million-dollar employers are making money off of hard people and not paying them wages. And the other thing, do you remember whenever the union workers at GM said they couldn't learn to operate all this different stuff when they started automating a lot of the auto assemblies and everything? Mm-hmm. So they were paying these people to sit and play cards all day or something. But yet GM could take their manufacturing overseas in third world countries, but those people in third world countries that didn't have near the education that the Americans had got somehow could operate all this stuff. So I don't know. Maybe Americans are getting dumber. I don't know. But that must extend.
That are just lazy. They didn't want to have to do anything. I'd rather play cards, wouldn't you? Sure. All right. We'll return after this.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
According to officials, for a sixth straight year, the percentage of truck drivers required to undergo random drug testing will remain the same. This past week, the DOT announced the 2026 minimum testing rates established for department agencies for occupants and occupations under the FMCSA. The minimum random drug testing rate will remain 50% of the average number of driver positions. Now, as for the minimum annual percentage rate for random alcohol testing, the department said it remains the same as last year, 10% of the average number of driver positions selected for testing. Last time random drug testing rates changed was back in 2020, when that minimum number actually increased from 25% to 50%. That was a result of a rule set back in 2001 that requires the FMCSA administrator to increase the minimum annual random testing percentage rate when the reported results from the agency's management information system for any calendar year indicates a positive rate of 1% or greater. As far as where that reported data comes from, the FMCSA randomly selects participants each year to report their drug testing results, which carriers are required to maintain for 5 years. They expect a 100% response rate from those selected to report their previous year's results. Failing to do so can result up to $1,000 per day fine for each day the carrier fails to report. Conversely, falling below the 1% threshold can trigger the random drug testing percentage to be decreased. Before that can happen, though, federal regulations require that results received for 2 consecutive years, calendar years, show a positive rate of less than 1%. I don't see that happening anytime soon. At that point, the administration has the discretion to reduce the testing rate to that minimum of 25% of a carrier's driver positions. The last decrease was actually in 2016 when they lowered the annual drug testing rate to 25%. While the random testing rates will not change this year, there are a number of other changes that could be on the horizon for the year ahead. Several regulatory changes have seen their expected timelines come and go on several occasions. September of 2020, Health and Human Services published that notice of proposed rulemaking that would establish hair testing guidelines to allow federal executive branch agencies to collect and test a hair specimen as part of their drug testing programs, with a limitation the specimens be used for pre-employment and random testing. That's been kicked down the road several times, and we're right now actually past the latest deadline, which was this past October. Hey, we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the killing in Iran is stopping.
Wednesday at the White House, the president said he had just heard on good authority that Iran won't hold executions, presumably against anti-government protesters.
I'm sure that happens. We'll all be very upset.
Trump would not elaborate on the information or where it came from. The president has warned Iran the U.S. is looking at options, possibly using the military or intervening in the crackdown of anti-government protests, and stands ready to help. Human rights activists say over 2,500 people have been killed by Iranian authorities in the crackdown against the massive protests sweeping the country. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy U.S. troops in Minneapolis in order to quell ongoing protests tied to ICE enforcement and a recent officer-involved shooting. The move, rarely used except in extreme unrest, drew sharp pushback from Minnesota officials who argue protests are lawful and condemn the idea of military intervention. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
When it comes to election integrity, this has been a sore spot for years. In the fact that in some states, grace periods, actually counting ballots that show up at the election office, 1 and in some cases 2 weeks after the election to actually count those ballots. If someone orders a mail-in ballot, in most cases they get it weeks in advance. And quite honestly, do you think all these people wait till election day to fill out the mail-in ballot at the very last minute? Why did they request a mail-in ballot to begin with? Now we'll start with the state of Ohio. That rule is changing for the 2026 election. Governor DeWine signed the legislation just before Christmas, eliminating the grace period for mailed absentee ballots that arrive after Election Day. This is the Trump administration tries to get mail-in voting, and the Supreme Court prepares to hear a case over ballot deadlines. Now, under current law, officials can accept mail-in ballots that arrive up to 4 days later if they were postmarked the day before the election. They say that's necessary to account for mail delays. Well, don't wait till the day before the election to mail your damn ballot, right? Senate Bill 293 requires absentee ballots to arrive by the close of polls on Election Day to be counted. There is an exception for military and overseas voters. In last November's election, they say about 7,300 mail ballots arrived after Election Day. The bill also allows the Secretary of State's office to automatically cancel the voter registrations of people who appear to be non-citizens based on state and federal databases. Non-citizens aren't supposed to be voting to begin with, right? All right, Republican lawmakers and the Secretary of State said the new deadline will align with 36 other states that require ballots to be there by Election Day. State officials also face some pressure from President Trump, who's pretty much against mail-in voting to begin with. The Department of Justice said the 4-day grace period violates federal law, and they threatened to sue if it didn't change. Regardless, the issue could be settled later this year. The U.S. Supreme Court took up a lawsuit that will determine whether mailed ballots must arrive by Election Day. The Republican National Committee sued Mississippi over their grace period before President Trump took office, arguing Election Day is a single date. So what happens next? Election policy often attracts lawsuits. It remains to be seen whether one's going to crop up over this particular legislation. But it is set to take effect mid-March. That means the new deadline will be in place even before the May primary election in Ohio. But on to the Supreme Court. One of the rulings that came down this past Wednesday. The tariffs were not in it, but the Supreme Court indeed held Wednesday. Candidates for office can challenge rules governing elections in court. In a 7-2 decision, the majority held that Republican Illinois Representative Michael Bost has standing to challenge state rules that allow mail-in ballots in that state to be counted up to 14 days after Election Day. Candidates have a concrete, particularized interest in the rules that govern the counting of votes in their elections, regardless whether those rules harm their electoral prospects or increase the cost of their campaigns, according to Chief Justice John Roberts. In the majority opinion, their interest extends to the integrity of the election and the democratic process by which they earn or lose the support of the people they seek to represent. The two justices that dissented, not surprisingly, Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson. But why do you 2 weeks after Election Day? And what about the whole postmark thing? Yeah, these are the kind of scenarios where a candidate may be losing by a slim number, couple thousand votes, and people can stuff mail-in ballots and rush them in there after the election, looking to change the outcome. It's just ripe for fraud to take place. Hey, good morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning. Thanks for taking my call up. Now, I got a question. You're sitting in the computer and I'm trying to drive. 14 days, Illinois. What in the hell is an intake for Arizona? The reason why I'm asking, because remember, it seems like they are the last one to get their counting done. Am I right or am I wrong?
They have been in recent years, yeah.
But, Carrie Lake, that election I followed pretty closely because I was hoping she could win, even though we don't live out there, as we all know. I just pulled him because of the mark that we needed in her being in the seat that she was being elected for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when does most of your election ballots get printed, Steve, or posted, or what word am I looking for? I'm asking for a reason.
When did they actually print the ballots up? I'm pretty sure it's probably a couple months before the election. There's been cases when candidates have actually, I think on the presidential election last year, there were some that dropped out before Election Day, but they were still on the ballot.
Correct. My asking this is for the reason. I would like to see how many, if his name is still on it, how many of these dumb bastards up there in the great state of No Lakes, Minnesota, would vote for Tim Kaine if his name does pop up on that damn ballot, even though he said he's no longer running, just because of the mentally incompetent of his followers. And it's just crazy crap like that. Hey, by the way, we were talking about the damn iguanas. Are you saying we need global warming in Florida to keep them hanging to the trees?
Yeah, they're talking global warming this morning in Florida, that's for sure.
Oh, damn. And I'll put it this way. Norman, myself, I'm here in Kansas City. I don't know how far west Norman is west of me, but between, I guess, Salina out towards Colorado line, they're having very, very, very bad wind troubles. My understanding here a couple hours ago, they just did get a truck uprighted since it laid it over on the eastbound side of I-70 between Colby and Goodland, somewhere in there. But I was seeing reports of up to 70-some-mile-an-hour wind, and that's not good. So I don't know. Hey, by the way, I think I might have some worse news for you, sir. You were talking about how cold it's going to be.
Yes.
Don't plan anything for next weekend or next, I guess the 25th, 26th. According to my weather prognostication up here in Kansas City, Missouri area, they're talking about we could have a not so good ice and snowstorm coming through here between the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th.
Yeah.
So 3 days after us, where's it going to go? But I don't know. I had to laugh when me and Pappy was talking about that river freezing over. I remember, no, I wasn't there, but I remember 77 because that area, because it seemed like winter stayed and it set in. I remember feeding cattle. It seemed like That's all I did. Oh, school's out. Okay, that's all right for all the city kids, but when you raise on a farm, you get some time of freezing your cojones off trying to keep them happy. I don't know. How far is this going to start something out there on the West Coast, Steve, with that earthquake? Do you think we're going to come back Monday morning and talk about more earthquakes? Or
I'm seeing some headlines saying that there's like an earthquake watch for the West Coast because, when one quake like this happens, especially of that magnitude, it's going to put stress on some of the other faults. And I think that's what the experts are looking at.
Unfortunately, you're right. But have you seen anything about any aftershocks after this 6.6?
There's a ton of them, bunch of them. Yes.
I'm just amazed. I hope it don't start that storm we've been praying against. That's what I'm looking at.
Right.
And it could easily happen, but damn it, everyone! I had brain fog again. Because I better get out here, take my focus factors before I call back. Thanks. Y'all have a good weekend. Take care.
All right, thank you much, Plowboy. You do the same. Have a good weekend. Yeah, I was pulling up a map that, they were showing they had the 6.0, and I think they've had a number of smaller, obviously, aftershocks. They're off the coast of Oregon. It's 844-844-3388. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Traditionalists may not love alcohol-burning tractors, but fans love watching them. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. These high-tech machines are either 6 or 8-cylinder pulling machines. Some cackle, some are silent, all are great to watch. The Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors had the longest season of any of the Grand National classes with 19 hooks. This battle was long, and with only one rainout, all 18 hooks mattered. Brandon Simon, RJ Simon, and Brett Meyer shared the driving duties on the John Deere 8530 called Loud and Heavy. But it didn't matter who was in the seat, the title was on the horizon from the opening hook of the year. The opening weekend in Hutchinson, Brandon Simon was in the seat and won both nights, setting up the title run. After a stop in Farley, Iowa, the next points pull was the Budweiser Dairyland Super National with Brett Meyer in the seat. Starting his portion of the season with a 7th on night 1 in Toma, he got comfortable with the tractor and posted a 3:49 on night 2, good enough for 2nd. Brett stayed in the seat for the next 5 pulls. Chapel Hill, where he went 3:35, which is only good enough for 9th. Then Brandenburg, Kentucky, where Loud and Heavy took 4th both nights. The trip to Rockwell was good for Brett, picking up a 3rd and a 4th, even with a pull of 374. RJ Simon was in the seat for Napoleon, Ohio, collecting a 6th before heading to Bowling Green with Brett Meyer back in the seat. The first hook was a little less than the team hoped for, only going 327. Yeah, only 327, but it was only good enough for 15th on the first night in Pole Town. The second hook of 328 was much better in the standings, earning a 3rd. With both Brandon and Brett driving in Canton, it was a 3rd on night 1 and a 10th on night 2 before going into the last 3 hooks of the season. Brandon drove the final hooks with a 7th on night 1 in Sandwich and a 12th on night 2. The season wrapped up at the Enderley pull-off with a 5th for Loud and Heavy, which secured the 14-point advantage, good enough for the 2025 title. The same trio drove Loud and Heavy X to the runner-up position, the only class in the NTPA to have a trailer mate as the runner-up. That just proves how dominant this team was in 2025. In 3rd was the duo of James Ray and Mike Connie with the John Deere 8410 they call Mac Nasty, with the trailer mate Mac Daddy piloted by James and Julia Ray in 4th. Holding 5th, a 2022 John Deere 8R340 with Sam, Denny, and Elijah Brown called Green with Envy. In 6th was Esden Lemke and his 2023 John Deere 4010 called New Generation Plus. In the 7th spot was the same team of Brent Meyer and the Simons with Injected Funds. In 8th, Tim Kane aboard his 2008 International 1066 he calls Red Gambler. In the 9th spot, veteran puller Rob Russell and his 2011 Case IH225 called the Workhorse. And rounding out the top 10, Brian and Brandon Schrammick with the 2020 AGCO DT275B they call Youngblood. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Did Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Alrighty, as we head down the home stretch here on a Friday morning. A couple of other, I think we touched on it earlier this week. Tony this past day sent me an email. Sometimes we'll mention things on a Monday and many drivers aren't out there yet, but in case you missed it, the U.S. Postal Service announcing this week that they're going to begin phasing out non-domiciled commercial driver's license holders from their entire contractor network, requiring trucking providers to either thoroughly vet these drivers through the Postal Inspection Service or stop using them entirely. This aligns with the Trump administration's aggressive crackdown on immigrant drivers. But if you think it's just about immigration policy, you haven't been paying attention to a decade of contractor scandals that have left dead bodies on America's highways. The safety of our employees, our customers, and the American public. Utmost concern to the Postal Service, says the Board of Governors Chairwoman Amber McReynolds in the announcement earlier this week. We have decided to phase out any use of non-domiciled commercial driver's license operators who've not been thoroughly vetted by the Postal Inspection Service. Of course, they had tried that initially, a month and a half ago, There are a boatload, trust me, of non-domiciled drivers that had been working for these various Postal Service contractors. When they first made the announcement, hey, if you check their license and they're a non-domicile, don't load their truck. There were so damn many of them, they had to pull the policy back. Yeah, we're going to have to do this incrementally. How quickly they'll be able to get it done, I don't know. Now, with all these non-domiciled and illegal CDL holders being pulled off the roads, we were talking for the last half of last year. Is this really going to tighten up the trucking market? Are we going to have a shortage of drivers despite the government shutdown and shakedown of foreign truck drivers? Trucking jobs ended the year down just slightly, according to the numbers. Freight Waves reporting, will the new year, 2026, see continued capacity tightening? According to the latest numbers, trucking jobs remained stagnant in the month of December. For the entire year, there were 3,500 fewer truck drivers on the road. This marks the third consecutive year ending with fewer trucking jobs. However, the purge of excess drivers stemming from the peak capacity in the wake of the COVID pandemic is indeed waning. More than 53,000 truck drivers were booted from the industry in 2023. Most of that can be attributed to Yellow. And when the demise of Yellow taking down more than 30,000 jobs at the time, in their collapse, in 2024, nearly 18,000 truck driver positions eliminated. Many in the industry anticipated a big reduction in trucking jobs as, again, the government had been cracking down on these non-domiciled CDL holders and enforcing the English proficiency regulations. So those numbers are beginning to trickle in, they say. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy claimed in December that 9,500 drivers had been placed out of service for English proficiency violations. Now, here's the problem. You place them out of service. Are they staying out of service or just back behind the wheel a few days or a week later? I think the latter is the most likely answer. More than 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs, of course, are on the chopping block in California. However, the state has not yet revoked those licenses. The DOT has put several other states on notice to fix their failures when it comes to the non-domiciled CDLs. If they take the DOT's threat seriously, thousands of trucking jobs could be lost this year. The vice president of intelligence at Arrive Logistics suggested carriers may be waiting for sustained rate increases before they make any employment decisions. The sudden improvement in truckload rates for December may be enough to encourage a more of a wait-and-see approach when it comes to employment, at least early this year. All right, there you go. Industry headlines. Hey, we close out another week. Have a great weekend. Safe travels out there. Folks in the East, find a way to stay warm, right? But we'll be back to do it all again. Kick off a brand new week at the midnight hour, Sunday night into Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but